Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back, finally, to Divinity Original Sin. Has been a little bit of time since we were here. Happens, obviously. I mean, it wasn't planned, wasn't what I wanted, but we're finally back here, and we're able to hopefully make a good jump in the story today. We'll see where it goes. So last time I did a little bit of an unexpected trip into the whole weird demon castle looking section north of Silverglen and north of the High Plains, in the desert and the High Plains, to discover that apparently there was some sort of void gate that had invincible monsters spilling out. I'm still not entirely sure what the actual purpose of that whole section is, or whether or not I missed some sort of quest that's attached to it, or something to that degree. I'm really not sure. All that I know is that I went through it, and it has three distinct sections, or three distinct ways of approaching it. One, where you have to get through a couple groups of Immaculates. The second one, where you somehow have to deal with a bunch of invincible demons. And the third one, where you somehow have to deal with the lava that's everywhere. Now, considering that the lava on the third path really kind of covers the almost entire area, or the entire path, I do suspect that maybe at some point we'll get a way to cross it. It might be that at some point we'll be able to utilize sort of this invincibility tenebrium armor or something to that extent ourselves, which could lead to us being able to, cross the lava. I'm just really, what makes the whole section fairly weird in my eyes is that it was on level. Technically, I was even almost a level above it. But at the same time, it seems to require certain things, for example, like possibly tenebrium weapons in your party, or at least the ability to somehow get through that invincibility that those monsters had. And so I'm not quite sure if maybe there would have been another way for me to acquire more ways to deal with that currently. Not entirely sure there. I think maybe there, I don't know. The other thing is I'm really not doing the main quest, at least currently, the way the game pushes you to do it, which is sort of secretly joining the Immaculates. I haven't done that. I've just gone forward to discover whatever lies ahead on my own. Because I'm, well, not even necessarily against infiltrating them. Or it's not that I dislike infiltrating an organization like that, but in this particular case, and with my particular characters, and with what I've set up, and with how much, frankly, I'm enjoying just the basic turn-based gameplay, I just kind of wanted to deal with them head-on instead of infiltrating them, and I wanted to see whether or not that was possible, because, as I said, the main story heavily pushes you towards infiltration. And it might be that I'm missing out on certain things because I'm not doing that. On the other hand, the whole business with the Void Portal didn't feel like it was something that I could have dealt with had I infiltrated the Immaculates, unless they for some reason immediately give you the ability to handle a lot of tenebrium and give you all kinds of tenebrium weapons. But even then, I'm honestly still not entirely sure how the whole tenebrium weapon deal is even supposed to work, right? In terms of letting you defeat or get through the invincibility, because I do have some tenebrium weapons, and well, I mean, they just have an invincibility tack on them. That's sort of the main thing, right? If their resistances were just super high against everything else except for tenebrium, that would be a different thing, but they literally have an invincibility tack on them, or buff on them, which seemingly makes it completely impossible to deal with them. So maybe there is another sort of special spell or skill that I need to acquire first before dealing with them. I really don't know. Anyways, that's what I did last time. At least I did have the option to just go through the Immaculates. That actually was fairly easy, and then I could just hit the Bloodstone at the end of the portal, and once that was dealt with, those invincible void creatures were just dead. Now, I probably want to get back on my path to Sacred Stone, which is the Immaculate Village that I was trying to get to the entire time. And I also dealt with Archibald, the troll on the bridge. Sadly, the only way I found to deal with him was to kill him. There was no way to refuse paying the toll while at the same time not engage in combat with him, which is pretty sad because now his son is mourning for him, right? And he doesn't understand that his dad is dead now. But, I mean, to be fair, his dad wanted to crush my skull with his big club. So, what was I supposed to do, right? And I'm not paying, what, 1,300 gold just to cross a bridge. Which is why I also dealt with the Troll King. I really thought that maybe I was able to get past that whole toll ordeal once I had dealt with the king. Apparently made no difference for this particular troll. Interestingly enough, it seemingly leads to another area, which is called the Dark Forest, I think, which is where we left off and where I want to go now. So, let's get into this. Let's load the game and see. Oh, right, I saved at the end of time. Why did I do that? I think I just wanted to see whether or not there was something else going on there. So the weirdest part about that whole demon castle looking section is that this, what they called a void gate, or what's supposed to be sort of a void gate, just stays around. It still looks like it's just open, right? Ready for some demon creatures to pass through, instead of closing or somehow looking like you actually dealt with it, which was another thing that I was just so unsure about. That whole section, I really don't know what to make of it at the end of the day. As cool as it is, it's just very, very strange, especially because Zigzags also, he's the one that actually gives you the quest to deal with the Bloodstone behind the portal. And, oh yeah, I completely forgot to talk about that, but the end of time here is actually being attacked once you go into that particular area, right? And the trigger for that is you actually entering the area, which is really strange because you can more or less discover most of the area and well, look at it on the map without triggering this effect. But once you cross a certain threshold, then suddenly it triggers the effect, and the end of time where I'm now standing is being attacked by meteors, right? It seems like a super significant event, and Zigzags even gives you a quest to close the portal, and it seems like it's like you're under, you know, time constraints, and it needs to be done as quickly as possible, but it's just too obvious how the whole thing works, and there is no lead up to it. There is no real explanation for why it's suddenly there. There is no explanation for why this whole section with the... Did the Void Gate bring all that lava to that castle? Was that maybe not there before? Because the area just... It's... I don't know, it doesn't really make logical sense. And the triggers for the whole quest and the whole section are way too obviously part of the game, right? It's this thing where you just can't suspend your disbelief enough to go along with it, right? It has the issue of very obviously utilizing very certain triggers to start the whole thing, and also to bring the whole section to an end, which makes it feel not very immersive at all, right? It makes it feel completely out of place, not only where they put it on the map, but also in general the whole quest that's associated with it, and the whole reason for it existing in the first place. Is it all just seems like they... I don't know. Honestly, I really don't know, because they could have just done it slightly differently without really having to change anything and make it a lot more believable. So either I missed some sort of major lead up to that whole section, which could be, right? I'm not saying that it isn't my fault. It's just the way that I experienced it, and the fact that you can experience it the way that I did makes it a pretty bad section, right? Because either they didn't account for the fact that you can experience it like I did, which would be bad, or the area in general is just badly implemented. It honestly feels like it might also just be unfinished. Maybe they wanted to have... I mean, I guess that the original idea was to raise the stakes, right? And arguably, I'm not even against that, because this whole place where we are, the end of time, yeah, it does feel pretty safe, doesn't it? We deal with Leandra, and we see what bad and negative effects she and her whole plan has on things like Hyberheim, for example, right? Where she helped King Boreas take over the entire realm and cover it in snow. But this place specifically, the end of time, is sort of your safe place, and it's supposed to be, right? But I guess because of that, the world-ending threat doesn't really come through. There are more than enough places or sections within the main quest where Leandra's power and her plan are displayed, right? And you realize, oh yeah, she is very powerful. We do need to stop her. That is fairly well done, but I would say the sort of world-ending threat doesn't really come through all that well. But for the entire time, I also thought that it wasn't supposed to, really, right? I always thought that, yes, sure, Leandra certainly is getting closer and closer to bring about the end of the world, but it always felt to me like she was still setting that up, right? It wasn't happening yet, and I was expecting that at the end of the game, or, well, I am still expecting that at the end of the game there's going to be some sort of big event that looks very cataclysmic, and, you know, we sort of swoop in at the very last second to deal with her and rescue the entire world, right? That's sort of where I thought this whole thing would lead up to, and I think it probably still is leading up to that. And Leandra was setting it up. Obviously, she is powerful. She does succeed with a lot of what she's doing, even though we are, well, it always feels like we're kind of one step behind her, right? And I thought that sort of that whole ordeal is very well done in terms of the main quest. I didn't really have any sort of problem with it. It wasn't super special or, you know, like mind-bending conclusions or, you know, twists and turns within the story. It's a very straight-up sort of fantastical tale of the end of time, and a powerful mage for a specific reason sort of slips into wanting that to happen for her own reasons, more or less, right? And that's what I liked about it. The story in and of itself is very simplistic, but it has very, I think, good reasoning behind it. The reason for why Leandra does it. Without revealing that straight away, there is this whole murder mystery attached to it at the beginning that the story refers back to for a couple of reasons, which I thought was really well done as well. And yeah, I was just waiting for the next big thing to happen, to see what other plans or what particular plan Leandra is still working on, seeing as a couple of other things like creating Death Knights has already succeeded and seems to be fairly threatening, even to us, right? Because we can't deal with them because they're invincible to us currently. And then to have this sort of side section that just, oh yeah, by the way, now suddenly the end of time is on fire, and please close that portal that Leandra seemingly doesn't really have anything to do with, and for some reason is standing right next to the Immaculate Village. And yeah, it definitely felt like that whole section either needed a big setup and or explanation as to why it exists, or it just straight up shouldn't be there. And arguably, I would like the latter to be the case, especially considering that it really feels out of place on the map as well. Which is, well, probably one of the biggest weaknesses of the game so far has definitely been the maps, right? The whole world feels very, very gamey. And I said it at the beginning, I think, that it almost looks like some sort of tabletop map that somebody drew up, right? And they had to put everything on sort of one sheet of paper so that you actually can put it on a table, right? Instead of it being a video game where it could just be 3-4 times the size without any problems, right? So I'm not entirely sure. There have to be some technical constraints as to why they designed the maps like this. And at first I liked it, but I do think that it just comes with too many constraints, and it's too unrealistic, right? It's sort of weirdly convoluted how they set up the maps. The whole, when you really look at it and you try to imagine what an actual forest, for example, would look like, the way the game's portraying it just doesn't really make sense, right? And I guess the worst parts about the world building, or not the world building, the world design, map design, is how different sections flow into each other. While I do very, very much appreciate that they are going for a lot of different setups, Heiberheim, for example, worked much, much better in terms of being this completely cut off, snow-covered section. I don't think it was really necessary to have such a large cave section in Heiberheim as well, considering that before even entering the place, you're already in another cave that's below Ikara's hut. I felt like that sort of double cave wasn't really necessary, but that's a very, very minor gripe. Overall, Heiberheim as this huge snow-covered plain that has a couple of offshoots, you know, the elemental forge in like a volcano-looking thing, and then the castle and everything, was pretty cool, right? And the fact that it is its own place works very well, because it is, right? And yeah, just in comparison, having this castle-looking, demon castle-looking thing on the actual map of Silver Glen doesn't work. It's just as weird as the thing that's next to Seal, where there's, well, I don't even know what it was supposed to be, another sort of church-looking thing that's just completely destroyed and covered in flames, right? It's an interesting area in terms of gameplay, but it doesn't make any sense that it exists, right, in the way that it does. And it's right next to Seal, which makes it even weirder that there is this entire section covered in flames right next to the city, right? Other sections like the cave on the beach, you know, the lighthouse, just work way, way better. Same for Silver Glen, right? Icarus Hut in the forest works really well. I thought that the section with the goblins leading up to the mines also works pretty well. And it's kind of cool how they set up the map in a way where you kind of have to, you know, more or less cross the entire map and then go through this ravine where the river's running through to actually get to the mines, right? Because you can't just go down the very steep hill in order to get to it. That's pretty well done. And then, you know, to see the desert section with the sandstorm already is very, very difficult to really get immersed in, because the transition is just too immediate, right? And too unrealistic to work. And it's way too close to Silver Glen. Instead, what I think they should have done is move this entire Demon Castle section, maybe move that underground, maybe attach it to the mines section or something, right? You could have even maybe tried to sort of shoehorn it into explaining that in order to create the Death Knights, Leandra maybe had to open up the portal. That way you would have had an explanation as to why it's attached to the mines, or rather to Astarte's temple, right? It does look like it's... I was speculating that it could sort of be the upper portion, because obviously the mines is a cave, right? And there's Astarte's temple within the cave. And then the whole void portal area kind of looks like the upper above earth portion of the temple, right? It's the same style, right? The same building style. And there is lava and what looks to be some sort of volcano within the mines as well, or right underneath Astarte's temple. So it does make sense that the lava exists there. It's just the way it looks in the transitions are just way too immediate, right? So I wish they maybe would have moved that entire section underground, just made the whole Astarte temple underground with the Void Gate, maybe explaining that the Void Gate is attached, or rather is being used by Leandra in order to create Death Knights, or to get some sort of additional thing that she needed for the Death Knights, and then remove that entire part from the upper section of the Silver Glen map, and instead just sort of push the desert back a little bit, make it look more like an actual desert, and also not make the sandstorm transition quite as jarring as it is. I feel like that would have been much, much better in terms of an immersive game world or overworld. Anyways, that's not what they went with. Let me, by the way, drink my coffee here. Ugh, it's getting cold. Yeah. Should have drank it before starting my big talk here. Doesn't taste too bad, but it's just better warm, right? But yeah, it's overall, even though I talked about it quite a bit, you know, it's no big deal. You can fairly easily just ignore that section and yeah, just don't pay it any mind. On the other hand, though, I think, well, I don't know. Mm. Honestly, it seems somewhat apparent to me that this game definitely didn't have the biggest budget, right? And obviously I know that, like I know at least somewhat, you know, there's some things about the developers, and it's absolutely nothing against them. I just think it's an interesting example of maybe they just wanted to have more content, right? At the end of the day, this is an RPG, and RPGs typically want to have a lot of content in them, right? Want to have a lot of side quests and those kinds of things. So I wonder if they maybe for some reason thought that they just needed more, or they had a particular size in mind when they were developing the game and didn't really want to cut back on it. But actually playing through it, I think less would have been more in this particular case, right? Because the game's really, really good in a lot of ways, right? And it's really, really enjoyable. I mean, that's the main driving force, I think, behind this game, is just how freaking enjoyable, especially the gameplay is, right? And I honestly would have I would have been completely okay with, you know, maybe it not being the longest RPG ever, or having, you know, a ridiculous amount of side quests, when the stuff that was there was really, really good, and really well put together. And I just think that, you know, especially as the game has progressed, to a certain extent, you feel a little bit of a... It feels a little bit like in certain sections they were maybe running out of time in terms of really making it all that it could be, right? And I just wish that maybe they would have decided a little bit earlier on during development. That's obviously not something that you could, which makes it so difficult, right? It's not something that you can decide on at the very end and just say, oh, well, now we've created this area, but we don't even really need it, so let's just discard everything that we've built, and work on something else to make the story better or whatever, right? That's not how it works. That decision would have had to be made earlier on, to really say, all right, this is what we can realistically do in terms of the time that we have, and then really build on that and make everything, you know, really, really tight and really well put together. I realize how difficult that is. So even though I'm talking about this fairly extensively, it's really just a really, really minor critique, right? I don't mind it that much. It's just that I wish it would have been done differently. And, well, this is also the enhanced edition. The thing is, maybe they should have gone back on that and just worked on it a little bit more. Obviously, well, that's not the plan that they had, right? They developed a part 2, Divinity 2, right? Which is completely fine with me, and that game is probably even better than this one, which is really, really awesome. Yeah, I don't know. It's just unfortunate, right? Because you look at this and it's such a good game in so many ways, and I just wish that it would be even better in those couple of sections where it's just not really living up to its potential. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that progresses in part 2, and, well, how well they build on what they already have here, right? Anyways, let's finally get into the game. Let's finally actually progress. Which means I've been talking for way too long already, and I'm always wondering to myself, how, you know, why do it take so long to play through these games? But it's also, it's just so interesting to talk about, right? It's so interesting to me to think this is where I need to go. To think about this, right? Think about why it might have turned out this way, right? What kind of constraints they had on their development and whatnot. To me personally, that's just very interesting and kind of cool to look back on, right? And also for myself to maybe try to figure out, well, what could they realistically have done differently? And that's the thing, right? And that's why especially when you start critiquing a game, it's important to think about, well, was there an alternative? Was there a potential way for the game to realize more of its potential to be better than it is, right? Is that a realistic expectation? And with certain games, it definitely is, right? With a lot of games, actually, it's very easy to see where they could have done better or should have done better. In this particular case, it's not they should have, they could have, right? The game realizes a lot of what they were able to do, and the sections that aren't quite as good as they maybe could be, there is a very good reason why that maybe wasn't possible in the time they had, right? Which is completely fine with me. That's why I'm, thinking about it a little bit more maybe than other people. I don't know. It's just so that I can figure out, well, is this a critique on the developers, right? Is it that they did something wrong, or is it just the circumstances that made it like this? And in this particular case, it's the circumstances, not the developers. Whereas in other cases, Fallout 76, whatever. As much as people say, yeah, it's the management, it's not the developers. No, it's also the developers in a lot of cases. I'm not saying that it's an easy situation to be in, right? It's not one that I would want to be in. But a lot of the times you see particularly in terms of planning, you just see people who just aren't aware of what they can do in the time they're given, right? And if you start off with having way too great ambitions that are way too great for what you can achieve realistically, then, as much as, obviously you can say, well, if you're a coder or an artist or whatever, you shouldn't necessarily be concerned with what the management or something is concerned. I mean, that's why you should have a really good management, right? It's because they can realize, okay, these are the sections that we might have problems with. These are the things that we need to be aware of, the time constraints that we have, right? And work within that. But at the same time, if you're writing the story, if you're creating assets, if you're, building a level, you should always be aware of what you can realistically do. And if you're under a time crunch and you know that, the release date has been put, 1.5 years from now, then obviously you can't come up with the greatest stuff ever, because it's just unrealistic to do in that time frame. So it also, obviously, I'm not saying, right? I'm not saying that you're a bad developer or anything if you don't adhere to that, because obviously I can understand how it's your creative vision. You want to do as much as possible with it, right? It's this one-time chance where you just want to put everything into it that you have. And I realize how difficult it is to cut back on that. But at the same time, not only is it a collaborative project, but you need to be realistic, right? And sadly, what you very rarely see is that, you should always start off with less, right? So if you have 1.5 years, then plan something that would only take a year. And if you realize at the end you have more time than you thought, right, or it took less time to implement, then you can always build on it, right? You can build on it. Instead of doing the opposite and suddenly realizing, well, fuck, we don't have the time to actually implement what we wanted, and then cut back, right? A way worse approach. Now, that being said, obviously, there could also be the situation where the management just pushes for those completely unrealistic expectations. Now, should you just go along with it? Probably not. But then again, sometimes it is fairly difficult to push back on that, right? Or to make them realize that it's simply not possible. And you also want to keep your job, obviously, right? So that's another concern. But yeah, I guess let's leave it at that for now. There is a couple of other things and thoughts that I have about it, and more often than not, I think people in jobs just don't realize how much power they have, right? If you like, you can push back quite a lot against management that is incapable, right? There are a lot of options that you have, and I very rarely see them actually being, you know, brought to the table, because at the end of the day, you also have to realize, sure, you need your job and you need money, and sadly, the US is pretty bad when it comes to, you know, labor protection, stuff like that. Thankfully, it's much better in Europe. So, you know, that's another sort of thing that is very difficult to put yourself into, this mindset, right? Of, well, I can literally starve when I don't have a job, because that's not possible here, right? If I lose my job, there's always somebody or some institution or something that can help me, right? I'm not just going to live on the streets and die. So that's obviously also a problem that comes with being in the US, though this studio specifically is in Europe, so they don't really have that problem. But, well, the thing is, right, if your management is really bad, and just want to make that clear, I'm not talking about these developers here, right? That's more talking about, you know, what, Assassin's Creed or whatever, the whole Ubisoft bullshit that's been released over the last 10 years. And a bunch of other things, obviously, but I don't know, when you take Anthem, for example, right? When the first trailer for Anthem released, that was over 2 years before the game then actually came out, I already knew that it would be a complete failure. You could literally see it from the trailer that they had no idea what that game was supposed to be. Absolutely no idea what they even wanted it to be, right? That was very apparent, and I don't understand how people couldn't see that. I don't understand. The funny thing is that Anthem was literally parallel to when they first announced Destiny. It's just that Bungie actually had talented people working on Destiny. So even though it turned out to be pretty shit when it originally released, they eventually turned it around a little bit. Although it still never realized its potential, sadly. And then they even took a couple steps back with Destiny 2 instead of making it better. But Anthem, from the very beginning, looked like a game where nobody actually knew what it was supposed to be, right? And nobody had any clue what they wanted or what they even were working on. And that was very apparent when the first trailer dropped, and it never changed, right? There was never any sort of indication that the game had more potential. Any, right? So I don't understand what people were saying when they say, oh, you know, why was Anthem so bad? Yeah, it was bad because it was destined to be that way. There was never any sort of scenario in which it wasn't. And the thing is, right, when you work on something like that, that's very apparent. when you work on it. Like, you can deny that, but it's still very apparent. So what's your choice, really? If you just keep working along and go along with what the management or whatever director says, you're going to end up with a really, really bad game and be out of a job because the studio has to close down, right? So why not push back against that and actually bring up the issues and turn the whole thing around, right? I'm not saying that it's easy, but sometimes I am a little bit surprised. Oopsie, I pressed the button. Sometimes I am definitely surprised that people aren't sort of pushing back against that sort of thing quite a bit more often. But yeah, maybe I just don't know about it, or don't know enough about it, but then again, whenever I've worked on something, you know, if you realize that those sort of problems, then yeah, you can just, I mean, obviously you can also say, you know, I don't care. That's also obviously a possibility. Just give in and, well, make it a bad product, I guess. Anyways, let's actually get into the game. Poor little... What's his name again? Archibald was the big one, right? What's your name? Right? Amadeus. Right. It's also interesting that he doesn't... Well, first of all, he's not interactable anymore now, but... he also keeps the damage that he took in the battle. I wonder if I had accidentally killed him, because he's a lot lower in terms of level than I am. And he took damage, I think, when I threw some fireballs onto the poison slimes over here, I think. Maybe, or if when I blew up the poison. There's definitely, I can definitely see a scenario where he might have accidentally died during the battle. Considering that he's now just standing next to the dead body of his father, not understanding that he's dead, it makes me wish that he had accidentally been killed. I don't know, like, although maybe he, you know, learns from this and grows up as a troll. Don't know. Let's go into the forest. Let's finally get on with it. Hey, waypoint. Let's turn the camera around once. Phantom Forest. Okay. Oh boy. Another new map.
Southeast to Hunter's Edge. North to incomparable suffering. Well then.
Southeast it is. For now, at least.
Okay, so we're supposed to go to Hunter's Edge first. I guess Medora has something to say to that?
By the looks of things, it seems we're heading towards Hunter's Edge. The town where I was stationed before I met you lot. Before we get there, you should know the whole yarn. What I saw there. Why I fled. Yes, comrade. I fled a coward bearing the insignia of a sauce hunter.
Well, we've already heard quite a bit about Hunter's Edge, and met a couple people that stem from there. Apparently it's been taken over by orcs, right? And the orcs then started to sell off the inhabitants of the village as slaves to goblins, I think, for the most part. I would have never guessed that Hunter's Edge is an entirely new map as well. Holy shit, this game is huge. Last you mentioned orcs had invaded your village. Are you ready to continue your tale?
I think so, comrade. Even though you might never look at me the same way, I hope I won't lose you as compatriots.
Well, I mean, we've talked about this quite a bit already. You probably already would have if we had a problem with it, right?
The villagers and myself
Give me a second.
were corralled in the town square. The orcish queen sauntered into the middle, proud of the chaos she'd created. She screamed if we knew why they had come.
What's she talking about? The villagers and myself were corralled in the town. The orcish queen sauntered into the middle. Let me see. Is that what was her name? Sodacandras? Don't know how connected they are to the totem village that we've been to. Part of the chaos, she screamed if we knew why they had come. Oh, she demanded to okay.
Slowly, she approached me and leaned close. Her hot, foul breath like fire on my face. With one hand, she clasped my throat. With the other, she reached into my pocket and pulled out the gem I'd taken from the orcs I'd killed earlier that day. I was a thief, she said. I'd taken something dear to her, and I had earned punishment. I thought she'd destroy me right then and there, but she did something worse.
Okay, that's... You can definitely understand her grief better now. So, she feels like she's been the reason for why they came. Which, you know, seems like it's actually true, but... I mean, it depends on why she specifically attacked the orcs earlier, right? Because I feel like she didn't do it simply because they were there. She probably had a reason for that. She was after the Bloodstone then. I do still wonder, though, why the orcs seem to be so... how can I put it? Like, they seem way more enthusiastic, I guess, about everything Leandra tries to do than I would think. At the start in Seal, the orcs on the beach, I don't know, I had the impression that they didn't really know what they were doing, right? And that Leandra sort of tricked them into doing her bidding and looking for bloodstones for her. Now I'm not so sure anymore. I feel like the orcs might have another reason as well for why they're looking for bloodstones. It might somehow be connected to the history of source magic, because from what we've learned in Astarte's temple, for example, it seems like, well, not only was source magic at one point really used for healing, but it also seems that all the races were sort of a lot more in line with each other, right? And there wasn't really that much strife between the different races, possibly because they had the good effects of source magic. So maybe the orcs sort of have their own not only history, but potentially also some sort of knowledge about the future, some prophecy that, you know, that makes them look for bloodstones, look for source magic in order to maybe bring back Astarte or something like that.
That's right, comrade. And I was soon to find out why. She brought forth one of her soldiers, a larger orc I'd never seen, and he was covered in black, gleaming armor.
Oh.
She placed the stone in his chest plate, and something happened. He transformed into something I'll never forget.
Okay. Some sort of orc death knight?
She made me watch as she sent villager after villager before the great transformed beast.
That's pretty fucked up, to be honest.
He crushed them all, one by one, each more gruesomely than the last. He seemed to revel in the work.
Well, on the other hand, that doesn't really sound like something Astarte would have wanted, so maybe I'm wrong? in my assumptions. Probably.
I could do nothing, comrade. I couldn't save them. I couldn't help them. I could only watch.
You escaped, didn't you? You went to find reinforcements. Us. And we've come to take back the village.
Don't you see it's already over? Don't you see it's too late? These orcs weren't out for riches or land. They only came for blood.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess that's true, right? We are too late. The only thing that we can do now is, I guess, take revenge. Possibly understand why they were doing it. We can't bring back the villages.
No. All that's left in Hunter's Edge is a debt to be paid, comrade. And I intend to collect it.
Yeah. Not necessarily the best reason to go there. At the end of the day, we do need to deal with the orcs anyways, though, because we need to find out how they're connected to this whole thing, right? Because it does seem like there's more to it than just them wanting to, you know, take revenge or something. There had to have been a reason for why they had the Bloodstone in the first place, for example, though, right? So, let's see if we can find out why they did it. Or what other potential thing they were doing. What the hell? Alistair, what the fuck is this? Maybe I shouldn't go there yet. I mean, we're definitely supposed to go to Hunter's Edge, right? Don't know what... I guess that's supposed to be the actual Phantom Forest? And then this bridge leads... It's interesting that seemingly you could just go on to Sacred Stone instead of following through with Hunter's Edge here. There is another troll. Why is there another troll, huh? Are they still collecting a toll? I'm actually still a little bit bummed that dealing with the Troll King doesn't really have any effect on the toll that's being collected. What is happening here? Slave Master. That looks interesting. So the orcs are still trying to bring slaves back, I guess? Let me just double check if there's something here. Oh.
You fancy little titles don't mean a thing to the king. Paperhead or find another route, chicken bones.
So they always have to pay for all their slaves.
You must say reason. 4,000 gold. Chicken bones.
Yeah, suddenly it's not worth it anymore.
Here's 3,000, and that's a bloody debt. You fancy little titles don't mean a thing to the king. Paperhead or find another route, chicken bones.
Does he not care about us?
Twice the gold for the fact that you've only half a brain. Only going to say it once more. Troll toll. 4,000 gold. Can't you count, you bloody walrus? 3 guards, 3 heads of slaves. You make cows pay toll too. You fancy little titles? Hold on now. One won't put a time. You'll pay your toll soon as I'm through knocking this loudmouth back in line.
Yeah, sure.
The fool thinks he can slip 6 warm bodies past Rumble for the price of 1, he does. Lousy bomb, may as well thieve from King Gungia's very coffers.
Maybe I shouldn't tell him that I've already done that.
If I've said it once, I've said it more times than a troll can count. Warm bodies do not people make. We are 3 immaculates and 3 slaves, and I won't empty my pocket over chattel.
I don't like you. Can we, like, beat them together with the troll? Calmer heads ought to prevail here. Let's simply pay the toll for all concerned. Sounds like a matter of opinion. These two ought to resolve it on their own terms. No, I wanna... this is sometimes really, really frustrating. I wanna kill the 3 immaculates together with the troll. Because obviously I don't agree with them having 3 slaves. And I sure as hell ain't paying a toll. Yeah, let's let them resolve it.
These two ought to resolve it on their own terms.
It isn't as though we can't spare the gold. We ought to end this conflict. No! I'm not... What? Obviously, I'm not paying for them. Are you kidding me? Good day, gentlemen.
No need to insert ourselves where we don't belong. Good day, gentlemen.
Enough. I'll not let this idiot troll or his idiot king hinder the goddess's affairs a moment longer. In her name, I bid thee fight. If I've not got any gold in my pouch, you'll not get any head on your shoulders. Rules are rules, chicken bones. If no one pays, everyone dies. Play the blubber from this
Oh well, it kind of worked out, I guess. So now we're fighting both the troll and the 3 immaculates for some reason. But at least it seems like the slaves escaped, so that's good. Bit of a weird situation. I wish that they had just more options there. Or at least make it clearer as to what was going to happen. I mean, it worked out kind of the way I wanted it to, but I still wish they would have maybe, you know, just given you a little bit better of a way of dealing with this. Can I hit the wart? I hope they also fight amongst each other, because otherwise this would be fairly unfair, I would say. Oh, is he susceptible to, I mean, he has water. I never know how this works specifically. So technically he is resistant, completely resistant to water. Slow current, however, I mean, it doesn't deal damage, right? So I'm not entirely sure if it also gives him resistance to these kinds of status effects, if you will. You know what? Let's summon in my skeleton, because I really don't want the troll to hit either Lillian or my main. So hopefully he's going to focus on the skeleton in this particular case. Did I fortify myself? Kinda want to hit the slave master here.
These toxins cannot be denied.
Yeah, let's maybe fortify Lillian. Not entirely sure what they're all going to do, so might be a bad idea. Yeah, I want to destroy the water ward, but let's see, is there a way to hit all of them? That would hit the skeleton as well. This would not. They have a ranger in the back though. That got rid of the ward, right? Nice. kind of need to... You never know what those marksmen are going to do, so... Frozen status. Can I... Well, I don't know whether or not they're going to fight amongst each other as well. Technically, well... Yeah, it's difficult. Fairly difficult to say what they might be doing. Don't really want to utilize this on the troll. But then again... Could also hasten Medora? And let's maybe go with that.
Swift as the fabled fox.
And see what the troll does. Oh. Earth shield? Interesting. Okay, so he just puts up a whole bunch of defensive options. Well, kind of gives me the possibility to deal with everybody else first then, I guess. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why? Every single time I go into combat, Medora, for some reason, decides to stand behind, you know, a wall or a stone or something that prevents her from actually doing what she's supposed to do. Yeah, this isn't too risky, I think. Also knock down those two. Maybe I actually should have gotten further? The priest would probably heal, right? Is this gonna... Yeah, this is a big choice.
Who's laughing now?
Rumble is not taking that much damage, but... Bonk. Let's see what the marksman does. Ah. Unfortunate. Yeah, she definitely needs some healing, but it's going to be fine. What the hell was that? Is she also trying to heal? What did she just do? Oh, she healed his poison? Was she poisoned as well? I don't know. Boink. A little bit of bleed here. Okay. So definitely need to heal Medora, but that's not going to be much of an issue, I think. Let's see, can I hit any of the back ones? He isn't poisoned anymore, right? So technically the marksman, she's probably the biggest, well, definitely the biggest threat right now because she can still attack, but yeah, let's do this. Probably gonna be the bit better choice here. Didn't I get her another... Oh yeah, she has the Winter Blast. Why does that not hit... Are you kidding me? It doesn't hit the back one. It would also hit Medora. It's a bit unfortunate. Start healing her first then. Let's maybe put a malediction on her.
Your power's way beneath my head.
Cursed is pretty good, right? Because that decreases her hit chance, I'm pretty sure. Well, I could summon in the fire elemental. If I can find a place to put him. Well, technically Medora is still back there, right? So the fire elemental wouldn't really be able to do any AoE either. Does this work? Hopefully it works. Point. Nice. That's that guy dealt with. I don't have anything against people being knocked down, right? Should I try to blind her? I mean, she's already cursed. I feel like my main also needs a summon that only takes 4 action points. I don't know. It always feels like I'm just doubling down because she's already cursed. If I now blind her or freeze her or, you know, anything of those things, then what was the point of cursing her, right? I mean, technically I could blind the troll. It's not going to deal that much damage, but
Teach him to fear the air itself.
at least that way he can't really do much. Though I have to remember that he's probably going to conserve a bunch of action points now. Question mark. Okay, Medora's back up, that's good. But she's being attacked immediately. It was actually a good thing that she was hastened, right? Because that probably meant that she wasn't going to get frozen from her freezing arrow thingy. Do I just want to attack him normally? Because I do still have the flurry. But I feel like... Well, I want to use that eventually on her, but... Why is my hit chance so low? What? I'm not really... I mean, I'm poisoned, but that... Why is it only 73%? That doesn't seem right. Of course. Oh, does it take the shield into account too? It might, huh? Nice. Well, sadly, I'm not able to flurry the marksman, but let's eat some dinner. Try to knock her down back there. Marksman, I mean. Might want to use a silver arrow on the troll. Don't know if that's really worth it, but let's go for that right now, and then maybe do a normal attack on her. Well, I could poison her, I guess. I would be at risk of hitting Medora as well, though. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Same probably goes for everything else. Let's just enter my precision stance and do a normal attack here. Sadly, the curse didn't really do much, did it? Medora's being healed, that's good. I mean, the troll's still blinded for a time. Thing is, Lillian has an earth wand, so attacking the troll with his earth shield won't do much, sadly. Let's see, I could probably put that up on Medora, right? Yeah, sure. I feel like she's gonna be my best bet in terms of just dealing raw damage here. And lower resistances might not be a bad idea either, though maybe I want to hold off on that just for a little bit. Wait, because Medora is just chilled, right? She's not... Well, she is still poisoned, but... a little bit too far away for that. Let's just try to slow the troll. Just to make sure that he doesn't get too many action points. And then just do a normal attack on her. Chuck away a little bit at her HP.
Your life goes on this.
Can I hit her? I think I'm just behind the troll, probably. Yeah, let's just do a normal attack on the troll then. Not going to deal that much damage, but it's better than nothing. In this particular case, it actually makes sense how the troll is, you know, collecting, because one thing that I was wondering about with the other trolls as well, they are always on their own. And while they are quite capable and quite strong, I didn't fully understand how they were capable of demanding a toll against seemingly overwhelming odds a lot of the time. I mean, Archibald, right, the troll on the way to this very forest, was surrounded by dead orcs and dead people and whatnot, right? So clearly they're capable of holding their own against multiple people. And I was wondering how they were doing that, because the trolls that I fought so far never really exhibited sort of, you know, a reason for why they would be capable of doing that. But this guy, you know, putting up a shield, fortifying himself, makes a whole lot more sense now. Yeah, let's do the flurry against her. Holy shit. No frickin' chance against that. I wonder if you can somehow find the 3 slaves again. I mean, they must have been running somewhere, right? Do I want to try this? Ah, sure. What? Oh. Oops. Well, that's not what I wanted to do. So that can spread over to anyone as long as you're close enough? Well, that's not great. Oopsie. Whoa. So, in a way, that's pretty good, but at the same time also pretty bad. Yeah, that I probably shouldn't have... Well, I think it's the first time that it was actually really successful, so... Well, now I know that I shouldn't do it when I'm standing right next to an enemy, I guess. Wait, what does she has another effect. No. Wait, it's the same effect, but it's... Why is it a different symbol? Is it because she's standing close to multiple? No, but the others are too. Yeah, I don't really understand why it's a different symbol then. Oh boy. Wait, does she have... Can I somehow... Let's see. I'm my own worst enemy here, I guess. Whose chance to hit? I thought I had something that could... I mean, this is not against disease, right? Let's do this anyway. Might be a good idea to just use a healing potion on my own. Do I want to do a freezing touch? He's still blinded. I sort of want to keep my status effects for when he's potentially... Oh god, there's only... Yeah, I want to try to keep my status effects for when I'm... for when he's not blinded anymore. Well, that was really, really dumb, right? I mean, obviously, I was successfully diseased him as well, but... Oh, boy. And I don't even really have anything against disease specifically, I think.
You are the kindling for my triumphant blaze.
Oh, Swordsman's gone. Still diseased. Is it close enough for that? He is. For some reason, Medora is not diseased. Do I want to try to taunt him? But then again, he's still blinded for at least one turn. Let's just do that. I mean, it shouldn't, you know, shouldn't be that much of an issue. I guess the good thing is disease only damages you once, I think. It has a bunch of negative effects, obviously, but aside from that, it's thankfully not doing that much more. Okay, he's saved against slow. He is still blinded, though, thankfully. And her healing's back as well. Should I just heal myself? I just don't want him to, you know, start hitting me. Then again, let's just put this guy sort of in between us. This way. I don't even know if he would be capable of walking up to Lillian. Then again, he could have other attacks that allow him to attack at a little bit of a range, right? I could also just teleport him away, funnily enough. Problem is, there's a huge pool of blood here. Okay, well that failed. That's not good. Thunder jump. Do I want to do another flare? Might burn him, right? Yes, nice. Let's see what he does. Oh, he puts up his defense. Oh, okay. What even was that? Yeah, as I suspected, he's gonna attack her. Ooh, what the fuck was that? That was like a big earthquake type thing. Oh, he had a lot of action points left. Are you kidding me? What the fuck was that? What's happening? What? He got 2 points back, or 2 turns back to back? Is that what just happened? I don't even completely understand. He was doing the earthquake, but then he was also doing something else. I don't really understand what it was. I think I got fairly lucky there that Lillian didn't die, for example.
May this divine gift lead us to triumph.
Holy shit. Well, let's try to cripple him, I guess. And it failed. Oh boy. Ah, shit. I forgot about that. Well, I'm probably not in range for that. But Medora has the thing that can pick people up when they're knocked down. Probably should have done that, huh? Oh boy. He is definitely the toughest troll that I've seen so far. So he got 2 turns back to back and then had like, I don't know, 20 action points to spend or something. That was crazy. And of course he attacked Lillian. Of course he would do that. Well, Lillian, my main still gets a turn. I think he outright killed my summon in like 1 turn. Shit. Problem is I don't think that I can actually knock him down. This could have healed infected, by the way. Heals for 10%. It's really not much though. The only good thing is that he probably exhausted his skills for the most part, so those like big AoE things and whatnot that he did should in theory be on cooldown now, hopefully. Why does this nah. Let's still go with this. Need to kill him eventually. And just heal up a bit. Problem is my healing no, it's not on cooldown anymore.
A stitch in time, eh, my friend?
Hopefully that helps. Oh boy, at least I can blind him again. It should help. Nice. The thing with blinded is, for some reason, most enemies seem fairly incapable of saving against that for some reason. So it's much more usable than most of the other stuff, right? Because, well, freezing them, burning them, those kinds of things are sometimes difficult, or stunning, are sometimes difficult because they could have other AoE, unintended AoE effects, right? Poisoning as well. Those kinds of things create clouds that can damage your own characters. With stunning, because they're in blood, they can stun your own characters as well, right? So all those effects can have a lot of negative stuff attached to them. And they fairly frequently are saved against. Same with knockdown, for example, right? A lot of enemies have fairly high resistances against that. For some reason, being blinded is very easy to do. And whenever you blind an enemy, it literally means that they are not gonna do anything for 3 turns. The only downside to it really is that when they finally do get their vision back, they'll have basically maximum action points if you do nothing else in between, right? Which is a pretty big downside, but yeah, taking... Oh, shit. Right away, I was hit my damn cable here. Sorry about that. But the fact that you can literally take them out of the fight for 3 whole turns is pretty crazy. Wait, a normal attack? Yeah, he's always like going slightly back for some reason. Okay. Oh, well, at least Lillian did save against the knockdown. Should I try taunting him? Well, he's blinded. Doesn't really make sense right now. Maybe Silver Arrow again? Never really know if that's worth it, but... Lillian still has healing on her. My poor little swordsman. Can't believe that he just outright killed the decapitator without me being able to do a single thing against it. That was pretty crazy, to be completely honest. Honestly, don't know if slowing him really helps a bunch here, because with him being blinded, I think he might get maximum action points regardless, simply because, well, he saves them up, right? And then it's just done, more or less. Burning failed. Of course it did. Should I try to hasten the door again? Could just straight up try to freeze him, though. If I attack with my normal wand, it might stun a whole bunch of people. Let's hasten her again. At least now he takes a bunch of damage. With a little bit of luck, I should be able to take him out before his blindness goes away. Yeah, never mind. I don't think I even need to get lucky for that. That's not back yet. He doesn't have his shield anymore, right? 9? Shit. Okay, well that's probably not really worth it. Let's maybe try that one. Okay. At least it damaged him a bit more than what my normal attack would have been capable of. He went up in ash. Made that a little bit more difficult on myself by accidentally diseasing almost my entire party.
Into the fray once more.
And yeah, that turn where he got a whole bunch of attacks off could have been pretty bad. So though technically I could have resurrected Lillian, I just never really liked that, right? If you lose a character and you have to resurrect them, I don't know. To me, that always feels a little bit cheap.
On the mend.
As if you haven't done it properly. Obviously, like, resurrection is fairly limited as well, but also because of the scrolls, I don't know. I don't like it, right? It always feels like you kind of lucked out a little bit. Or not lucked out, but that you utilize something that should be there. I don't really know. Anyways, though, it worked out. Let's do a quick save, and I'm gonna take a really quick break because the coffee has run its course, I think. I'll be right back. Alrighty, let's get back into it. Let's see what they dropped. Anything interesting? Enlightened amulet.
Fortune!
Is that... let me see. For whom the troll tolls. I guess we just immediately done with the quest. We met slavers trying to cross a bridge. They claimed their slaves didn't qualify as heads counted for the troll toll. The argument turned into a big fight. The slaves ran off. Strange that it just counts the quest as being completed. I would have thought that maybe it would include a section of us sort of looking after the slaves, making sure that they're all right. I mean, I could do that anyways, obviously, but sometimes quests are completed quite fast, right? Without really a proper conclusion, it seems like. I don't know. Nothing in here. I don't know what that upper section there is. It looks pretty, well, I mean, the whole thing is called the Phantom Forest, isn't it? Embossed sign.
The hen who shares her feed receives a greater second helping.
What?
The hen who shares her feed receives a greater second helping.
Okay. So... what? Open. Can I not... isn't there a way to put something in here? Oh. Wait a second. So if I don't know. Let's just take something that I definitely don't need. One of these, for example. Hold? Is this how you do it? Put into. Maybe it needs to be, maybe it needs to be gold? Do I have... let's see. Oh, this is another one of those immaculate amulets, alright. Don't really need that. Let's split off, I don't know, like 100 maybe? Are you kidding me? There's no way to make this faster, really? Oh my god. Yeah, no, sorry. It's too annoying. Don't even really... I mean, there has to be a way to trigger that somehow, but don't necessarily think that's the way to do it. Just want to take a quick peek at the entrance to the forest. Although I'm fairly certain that the slaves probably ran off completely. I don't think they're going to be here. Yeah, no. They're not here anymore. It's a bit strange, isn't it? I wonder if you can meet them again. Fairly certain there has to be a way to meet them again, but whether or not they're then really interactable, I guess it's a different matter. It's fairly quiet forest for the most part, which is interesting. I mean, I expect this upper portion here to be, well, I don't know what, but... Oh, hello. What the hell are you? Mutt Huntress. Ooh, there's a bunch of you. Let's see. Susceptible to air, resistant to earth. Nothing against fire. Let's throw down some oil. Thankfully, it seems like we're in a pretty good position here. Sure. Let's just throw it down quite close, just so that I'm able to actually burn everything, so that they have to move through it. Yeah, strengthen her. Actually, just do my normal stuff. Don't think these are going to be too difficult to deal with. Yeah, sure. Slow one of them down. Let's do my ricochet. And this. And the big bad fireball. That way they, I think, probably also have to run to me again, because they don't see me through the clouds and whatnot. Well, freezing isn't going to work then. And this is only shock and touch. Should I maybe set the, yeah, let's put that on her. Because that way she should just be able to utilize her ram ability. Although, of course, she decided to stand behind a rock again. For fuck's sake. Every single time, man. Problem is the others are going to attack her then, aren't they? Well, I mean, she's fortified and whatnot, so... should be fine, hopefully. Maybe I should actually wait on that. Let's see. Let's cripple her. That failed. And let's go into defensive stance. Let's see what they do. Okay, she's gonna go towards me. Oh. That's probably really annoying. Holy shit. Yeah. Now you can definitely see... oh boy. I feel like their low armor ratings and whatnot really come to bite me in the ass now. Don't know what that was, but alright. Lillian might actually die here. Crawling infestation. I think that costs a lot. Yeah, thankfully that costs a lot of AP. Where the hell are you going? Okay. Well, that was probably good for me. Huh. Okay. I should probably put, like, double healing on her. Sadly, I can't really fortify myself. Are their attack, like, earth-based? They might be, right? Is that an earth attack? Let's try that.
You can try, but you won't succeed.
You try your best, but you don't succeed. Okay. Well, that's a very low chance to hit. Although I can just do something else instead. Maybe that. Target is too far, what the heck? Well, Medora didn't really take that much damage. I should probably take this thing out. I don't know how they were capable of... I guess... oh yeah, that that thing was probably able to attack through the smoke a little bit. Maybe I should have moved Lillian, actually. Normal attack probably isn't going to do much, though. Yeah, I feel like the explosive arrows in this particular case are probably a little bit more helpful. Also burn a bunch more ground here. And yeah, let's blind. Fuck's sake. Okay, this is gonna be... This might be trouble. They all get a turn now, aren't they? Can I reach you? Fucking hell! Everything fails. Maybe I can freeze it.
You look a bit under the weather.
Okay. Well, at least one of them won't get a turn.
I'm fading.
Okay.
Fast.
Well, that doesn't work against their attacks. The Earth Shield, I mean. Okay, she's confused for some reason. Don't know why. I think I actually froze the one target that was capable of attacking my main party, which is really good. I think, yeah, so the smoke's in between, so it can't see the others. I don't know why it's not attacking Medora, though. And I think they're also not capable of walking sort of... Oh, holy shit. I don't know what's going on with the smoke there. I got really, really lucky. This could have been pretty bad, honestly. Holy shit.
I need another chance!
Wait. Did I literally miss all four of them? Are you telling me that just happened? Really? Just barely hit those two. Oh boy. I don't know if this is going to be a good idea, but it might be better if they attack her instead of the rest of my party, because they're all, like, really, really low. Well, this thing I can kill. The others are going to be a problem. This thing, thankfully, still... still incapacitated. Let's... Can I... Yeah, that might be a good idea. There's always one more target to hit. Probably makes it a lot better. Still cursed. Thankfully, that doesn't really do much. I could... No, well, she won't be able to charm anymore. She's still burning. That won't do much. They have poison resistance, but it's not super high, is it? 50%. Yeah, if I shoot that in there, it's either going to poison Medora or it's going to explode a bunch of stuff. I can't believe that her whirlwind missed like 3 or 4 times. Either she missed everyone or she missed 3 of them. Something like that, but it was definitely pretty bad. The problem is the stone's not going to do much. Do I not have anything else I could hope? Maybe this, honestly. At least that helped. Okay. I really don't want to risk the normal attack here. I don't know if that's going to damage her enough. It might actually not. But at least that way I'm capable of hitting her. Well, hopefully that's going to make things a little bit easier. Smoke's gone. But thankfully they are taunted, right? Honestly, at this point, where the heck is she going? That was really dumb. Oh, I think they're trying to hit Medora from a distance. Wait, what? Wait, what? What's up with the... Shouldn't she have attacked Medora as well? Can they somehow still act against the taunt? That would honestly be pretty dumb. Well. This is gonna be an issue. Of course it failed. I don't know what's going on with the taunt. Why is that not working? I don't understand, honestly. Makes it completely pointless in my book. What's the point of being able to taunt enemies if it's not gonna do anything? Okay, please knock her down. That was really important. She still has her defensive stance on. Does she still need that? Actually, I don't think so. Okay, crippled, that was also important. Well, at least now it looks a bit better than before. She's knocked down anyways. I need to find a way to damage her. That's not really gonna work. I also probably want to heal up further.
A stitch in time, eh, my friends?
Start out with that then. Also, the pathing of them was really weird. Honestly, with how much damage they're able to deal to me, I feel like I should have lost this. I don't entirely... Well, I think the problem is that I really haven't spent... Because typically, my main party is never really being hit all that much, right? Because I summon in a lot of creatures and I create like burning surfaces and whatnot. And it did help me here quite a bit as well. Without the smoke and the burning surfaces and whatnot, I think a lot more of the spiders, or not, well, crab spiders, whatever they are, would have probably attacked my main party and just wiped me immediately. But, yeah, I feel like at this point, in terms of my levels and whatnot, I would probably need a little bit more vitality than what I currently have. Let's maybe use this then. That actually hits everybody. Increasing hit chance, probably a good idea. Well, maybe I need more shields and whatnot. Though I really thought that their main attacks were going to be earth-based. Apparently they aren't. Oh, she was still burning. I'm an idiot. I completely forgot about that. Oopsie. Okay. Didn't do as much as I'd hoped.
Good as a new penny.
Yeah. That was a really important heal. I should also heal myself. And then... Well, now immolation isn't really gonna do much if she's already more or less being frozen. Can teleport her away. Or just attack her with normal attack. No, let's try to take her. Could have used a crit there, to be honest. She's crippled. Thankfully, that really deals a whole lot of damage. Although they still get turns. I thought it was going to attack Lillian, but that was too far away. Nice. Yeah, it's a bit dumb that they always try to move away. I don't think that they have like a lower hit chance or anything if they're too close. But for some reason, their AI... How the hell are you stunned? Are you kidding me? The blood on the floor isn't even connected. God, I hate that so much. That is such a dumb effect. And it happens way too often. Oh well. Whatever. Should be able to just take her out. But yeah, the fact that their AI is for some reason programmed to where they always... where they can only ever really do their ranged attacks when they're actually at range is a really, really weird thing. I really don't understand why they did it that way, to be honest. It doesn't really make much sense in my book, but... Well, now what? If I mean, she's still stunned, I guess? Or whatever. At least I got a crit. Shit. Another crit would have probably killed it. Ah, well. With a little bit of luck. Nice. That was good. Guess I'm just going to conserve the rest of the points. Otherwise, she's going to run away further again. Can't really reach her. She should still be stunned, right? Yeah. Do I have anything else? Not really. Let's just walk up to her then. Point. Yeah, this encounter could have been pretty bad. The amount of damage that they can deal is actually kind of crazy because it feels like it's just their normal attack. They're literally shooting, I don't know, like a mud ball or something at me, right? It really doesn't look like the most intimidating attack ever. And for some reason, it's dealing more or less the same damage as a hit from the troll, I think. So I do think that they've overshot the target a little bit in terms of what these things are capable of doing. I mean, I got through it. I definitely got a little bit lucky here, but... Well... What? How? Okay. Oh, are you kidding me? How is that out of sight? Really? Oh, that's dumb. And now I already entered my stance. What? No, never mind. Why did it say out of sight? God, the targeting's so weird sometimes. But yeah, I don't really like that. The reason why I was able to deal with them is mainly because their AI is not that smart. Which is pretty unfortunate, to be completely honest. Oh well. Yeah. It's so strange. I wish they would be weaker in terms of their offensive attack. I think that's definitely overdone a little bit.
Sweet relief.
But yeah, I wish that instead they would just be a lot smarter. I mean, it looks like the whole thing with them moving away from you all the time, that is definitely something that is being programmed deliberately into them, right? I think, well, probably the idea is they are ranged attackers, so they want to be further away from you, right? I mean, that in and of itself isn't bad per se, but I just wish that they wouldn't be so hard set on doing that all the time. Because they're getting attack of opportunities on them because of that. One of them literally completely moved out of sight, right? I mean, one of them moved back here and then moved back again for some reason, right? So the basic idea of them wanting to move further back to be able to attack you at range while not being attacked from a melee distance, that makes sense. I just wish that there would be a bunch of things that the AI checks before doing that. So first of all, I don't think that they should run away if they're at risk of an attack of opportunity. Or if they do that, only if they take, you know, only if they're still at like full HP or something. And then second of all, they also seem to want to move as far back as possible, which is completely dumb, right? If their pathing would take them to a place where they... So I guess what I would want them to do is they would still always... That the AI would always know to keep at least one attack. So let's say they have 8 action points and their attack takes 5. They would only move for 3 action points so that they can still attack. Because what's the point of moving backwards and setting yourself up for a ranged attack if the only thing you're going to do is move, right? So, yeah. That's a weird AI programming, to be honest. It's something I wish they would have done differently. Because it just results in the encounters feeling a little bit off. And just in general, a lot easier than what they should be, right? I mean, I should have been punished there. I went into this encounter not only unprepared, but just in general, completely underestimating what they would be capable of doing in terms of raw damage to my party, right? So I should have set this up in a much more clever way to where my main characters wouldn't have been so susceptible to big hits on them, right? So that was definitely on me, and I should have been punished for that. That was clearly my fault. I was almost punished for it, but not really, because for some reason they always just moved out of sight. I mean, I did set it up somewhat properly, and then I did create some smoke and some fire surfaces, you know, that made it harder for them to hit me. But still, that was definitely something that I shouldn't have won as easily as I did. And I don't know what happened with the taunt there. I honestly thought, I mean, maybe that was just a bug or something, because the taunt already doesn't really have that high of a chance to being even applied to enemies. So if on top of that, it also then has a chance of not even working, so a taunted enemy doesn't necessarily always hit the person that taunted them, then honestly, at this point, it's just completely useless. Maybe that was a bug, though. I wouldn't want to, you know... Wouldn't want to completely... dismiss that or think that it's... you know... Alright. There was a mine there as well, for some reason. That was easy. Okay, let me just double check. This whole path to Hunter's Edge... Once again, it's a bit too elaborate. It doesn't really fit all that well. I wish they would have just put Hunter's Edge here. As fun as it is to have some combat in between, this combat was cool, right? Because it had a specific setup. It made sense that it was here, right? This was pretty awesome. This, not that much. It's basically just a random encounter. Yeah. Don't know. Not the biggest fan of that. Why was there a mine apparently underneath these tumbleweed things? Who set that up? Can the orcs create this for some reason? Somehow? Just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything. I think... Well, this is where it was before though, right? Just pick up the mushroom real quick. One quick check on my durability. It still seems to be fine. But yeah, I did suspect that at some point I probably would get in a little bit of trouble with how I set my main characters up to be fairly squishy. Green noxious bulb. Disarm? Like that? Okay. That's very interesting. That's considered a trap? So I guess it's not going to take any damage. Nope. Can she attack it though? I think it can take physical damage though, right? It can, just not a lot, I guess. There's a bunch of mines there as well. Why are there mines here? I don't think that makes much sense. To be entirely honest, I guess I'm gonna try to disarm it. Don't know if it's gonna somehow explode before I get there, though. It shouldn't, because otherwise what's the point of being able to disarm it, but... Did I put all the disarming kits on him again? Yeah, I guess so. That's another thing. I just... so when you use a shovel on a mound of dirt somewhere, it automatically puts the shovel from whatever character has it currently into the inventory of the character that you're on. But it doesn't do the same thing for disarming toolkits? I don't get it, but alright. Of course. Well... I mean... At least it's gone. Oh.
Into the fray once more.
Any more traps here? Doesn't look like it. I also hate how an AoE attack like Fireball can just literally show you if there are any traps around. Well, that's a very obvious thing. I don't even know what that would do. Why are these specific? Because the weird tentacle things, like the or not tentacle, but the plant-looking things. Oh, it's actually raining here. Interesting. Yeah, those plant-looking things that I dealt with, they, for some reason, seemed to... I mean, they looked like actual plants, right? Maybe something that was specifically planted and set up to be a trap-like thing.
Look out! I see a trap
Oh,
nearby.
hello. Who put so many traps down here? Isn't there another one here?
You are the kindling for my triumphant blaze.
Alright. It's just a bit strange, I think. Maybe the orcs know how to utilize certain plants for their own... Like, if they plant them there specifically, maybe they know how they're gonna work.
Careful! I've
But
spotted
then,
the trap.
apparently, you were also able to just... disarm it? I don't really... I'm still not a huge fan of the mines and traps in general. I think that they're a really, really cool addition to the game, but I feel like they're way overused. So I wish that they would have just... like, the traps are really, really cool, but I wish they would have only utilized them whenever humans are a thing, and just in general... Put them in specific places where they make sense. But the fact that there are so many literal mines all over the place, especially out in nature like this, even though it makes sense that they would want to defend Hunter's Edge, right? I mean, I get it. But I think the game just needed something else, right? Put down, I don't know, bear traps, for example. Something that just makes more sense in sort of a forest scenario here, instead of literal explosive mines that just feels off somehow. What the hell is this? It doesn't necessarily look like a human built tower. Should be getting close to Hunter's Edge now though, right? I mean, this should be it. Hopefully this is sort of the main entrance, and then it also leads into what I assume to be the Phantom Forest, like the actual one. Okay. Wait, does it lead in there though? This almost looks like it's a dead end. Maybe it's not. Oh, hello. There is a cave here, okay.
Bloody floods! We can't pass through here.
Blast. And me without my swimming trunks.
Okay, this supposedly was a path at some point. Okay, so there is a cave. I wonder if that just straight up leads into the Phantom Forest. Well, I don't want to go in there yet. Let's take a look at Hunter's Edge first. The atmosphere here is pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie.
Ho!
Oh, fuck. I kind of wish that Hunter's Edge would just be a mysterious village. I feel like it's most likely straight up going to be a big fight against orcs. Maybe it's not, but yeah, I definitely would think that it would be pretty awesome if this was a village where you can talk to everybody, where it was like a normal village on the surface, but then, you know, had a bunch of mysterious sort of ghost stories and whatnot attached to it, right? Wouldn't that be pretty awesome? And what's going on with all the traps? It just seems weird, to be honest. And who the hell are you? Horton? The fuck did he do?
An intact finger. Just what that deviant of an orc was looking for.
Who the hell are you? What are you doing there?
Ugh, I'm tripping.
Hello.
Oh there. A word of warning, wanderer, afore you continue on your merry way. See these corpses here? Be a good fellow and take them as a hint that this town isn't the pastoral little paradise it once was. Ah.
What are you doing here? What? Who are you? Definitely undead. Thought it was maybe part of the Immaculates at first, but... Huh?
Immaculates, orcs and humans both, have taken Hunter's Edge. Its villagers are now slaves in the mines to the west, or they've been bled dry of their last drop of life, reduced to mere fuel that must light the wicked candle that is bloodstone.
Orcs and humans have taken Hunter's Edge, but honestly, the village at this point just looks completely destroyed. Doesn't look like anybody's taken it, it just looks like a dead village.
Long as you live in the limbo between coming and going, though, why not have a look at what I have to sell? You'll
Okay.
be surprised to see what a scouring skeleton can gather together in a dying town.
Well, at least I very much appreciate that you are just a friendly skeleton, apparently. Anything vital that I need to know about the place?
Yeah! Well, don't go round angering Immaculates if you want to keep your vitals intact.
Well, we've sort of been doing that all the time, and it kind of worked out in our favor, I feel like.
Though perhaps it won't be very long before they have a stab at one another's vitals instead. I have the feeling there's trouble brewing between the orcs and the humans in there, and who can blame them, really? Just ain't natural for them to consort, I say. Only good orc. Well, you know how the phrase goes.
Do I? Well, that is certainly something that we've already seen could be a thing. Because the one definitely fairly mysterious encounter that we had was slightly north of Ikara's hut, actually. Where there were those statues that seemed to belong to Astarte's temple. Shortly before I found the Troll King cave, I had an encounter with orcs. The only encounter actually in all of sort of the Silver Glen map so far with orcs. And they seem to be against the Immaculates. They were basically saying, hey, we want to take all of Silver Glen, we want to make everybody pay. Right? So they seem to be generally against everybody. And I was speculating at the time why. Because it seemed somewhat out of place at that particular point. But it definitely already hinted at the fact that maybe the orcs weren't so, happy anymore about the role that they played in the whole Immaculate machine. Comparatively to the ones in Seal, right? Where they, as I previously said, those just seem to be going along with whatever the Immaculates wanted without really knowing why. Not very smart in that sense. And now it very much seems like the orcs have caught on to the fact that they're part of a thing that they don't necessarily want to be a part of. And possibly even want to take revenge on the Immaculates for bringing them into that whole Bloodstone affair. Which hopefully means that we'll be able to find certain scenarios of orcs and immaculates fighting against each other, that would be pretty awesome. It's been a while since that happened. Only time it really actually happened, I think, was in that very orc cave on the beach of Sicil, where the orcs were fighting the undead pirates. And that was pretty fun, so I hope we're gonna get something like that back. Anyways, sorry, Horton. Who are you?
Can't say I remember who I was before the change came over me, but these days I'm a travelling trader of sorts. There's an immaculate necromancer in the village ahead. She's the one who brought me back from, well, wherever I was.
Alright. And you just decided to stay here?
She's an especially bright one, you know. Most necromancers can only revive a dead corpse into an animated one, but she manages to yank back some semblance of consciousness too. I don't remember much, but the thrill of trade certainly calls to me. Maybe I was a merchant in my former life. Who knows?
And what exactly is the point of bringing you back?
These days, most undead are busy haunting Sicil or picking the way in the Lucula mines. But I keep a low profile and stay out of sight. Haven't been bothered by an immaculate yet, and I hope to keep it that way.
Maybe he was just fairly smart at avoiding anything like that, right? Because the, well, the skeletons in the mines were controlled by a skeletal totem or something, right? Maybe he kind of slipped through the cracks and just nobody really bothered to look. I mean, I guess if they're just, you know, taking slaves and made these skeleton slaves and whatnot for their own gain, I don't think that they would really be bothered if one of them had escaped or something, or they couldn't find them anymore. So maybe he literally just sort of kept under the radar, as he said. Let's see, what you got? That actually looks like a lot. I thought this was a tenebrium sword at first, but it's actually not. Well, nothing that I would specifically want. Guess I could just sell you a bunch of stuff, huh? Like the things without effects on them? Haven't really bothered to look at the rest of the stuff. Wait, that's... Wow. Infiltrating Hunter's Edge. The skeleton outside of Hunter's Edge warned us that the village has been overrun by immaculates. Its original population has been completely eradicated. I mean, we already knew that, right?
Must smell like delicious spit rubs around here.
It's funny that they make it seem as if, I don't know, they somehow said, Arhu, what the hell are you doing here? I mean, honestly, looking at it from this perspective, the village just seems completely deserted, right? Also, are these corpses counted as his belongings? I guess they are. Yep. It's honestly quite strange that Arhu is here. I would not have thought that this would be, you know, connected to the main quest in any sort of way. What the hell are you doing?
Source Hunter, welcome, welcome.
What are you doing here?
I'm watching on with weary eyes how the Immaculates strike again. They've gone from shedding blood among their own to recruiting orcs and cutthroats to do it for them. From what I can tell, the village of Hunter's Edge is this cult's most wretched victim.
I mean, most wretched victim maybe in terms of how many they killed here, because, I mean...
Hey, you! Come on,
what's the difference?
time's a wasting.
Who's talking? What have you discovered about this place?
It was once a quiet sort of village. Families and small-time merchants mostly. Recently, it was targeted by a tribe of orcs waving the Immaculate banner. Their leader, Grutilda, is known far and wide for her cruelty and cunning. She oversaw the murder of countless villagers and used their blood to fuel a great number of bloodstones. Once they were dead, they were reanimated as undead corpses and sent to work in the mines of Lacula.
Yeah, most of that we already know. Funny thing is, we also already dealt with Grutilda.
By order of Leandra, the orcs were joined by a tribe of humans from the northern peaks of Tanneroth.
Oh.
A band of male warriors are they, and they devote allegiance to their leader, Jarl.
Well, that's definitely a new piece of information. The northern peaks of Tanneroth? Is that where the whole Phantom Forest leads to? Or where the Sacred Stone Village is?
Jarl arrived with his own formidable supply of bloodstones, which means his tribe has been operating under directions from the Conduit for some time. Where once they ransacked for base pleasure and material gain, now they do it by the will of the goddess.
Seems somewhat random for them to follow through with this, but maybe they just saw a chance for themselves to kill a bunch of people with some backing.
These are far from the blindly devoted Immaculates of Silverglen, however. The orcs and the humans here alternate between bitter fighting and hostile peace. Personally, I believe they're best exploited through their rivalry. Get them to fight each other, and you can stand on the sidelines and warm yourself upon the flames.
Yeah, sounds like a pretty good idea.
Come on, time's a wasting.
Yeah, so what he just said about that Jarl guy, that's sort of what I meant, right? It didn't really seem like they were really on the Immaculate side. It sounds like they just said, oh, you're basically giving us an opportunity to kill a bunch of people, and we like that, so sure, let's do that, right? Zandalor lives in this village. Does he? Wait, I thought Zandalor was dead.
He has a residence at the far end of town. Though I have my doubts he's having people over for tea now that the Immaculates have landed.
Something about Zandalor is... I don't know. Is he really that? Wasn't that the whole reason for why...
Hey, you. Come on, time's a wasting.
Why Ikara went nuts on Jake in the inn in Sysil?
Hey, you. Come on,
oh wait, she
time's a wasting.
resurrected Zandalor, right? Yeah, that was the whole thing. She resurrected Zandalor through source magic. And then what? Zandalor just went back to this village?
Know that Zandalor is wily, so beware. If a wizard doesn't want you in his home, you'll know it. Pity the intruder that heedlessly tries to waltz his way into that dwelling.
Alright.
Nevertheless, his house is the very place you'll want to search. The accumulated knowledge stored there is quite phenomenal, and beyond a doubt, one of Leandra's most urgent pursuits.
Pursuits? Why would she have to pursue that? Isn't... The entire village is already overrun. I don't really understand. Shouldn't she have had access to that a long time ago already? Also, why the heck isn't Ikara helping us with this? Wouldn't she be able to basically tell Zandalor, hey, you know, help these people. They're helping me currently. I feel like I'm missing some major chunk of whatever there.
Come on, time's a wasting.
Oh, who the hell are you? Jinxika?
You can speak. You don't look like a tribesman or orc, but I suppose I can't be certain. Then again, I've never heard of a dark soul gifted with the speech of the wild.
Tell me about yourself.
Jinxika is my name.
Jaxica?
And until recently I lived a placid sort of life among the people of Hunter's Edge.
The baker might leave me a bit of milk left over from this breakfast. The barkeep stroked my back between filling glasses. I had many friends here, but none so dear as a little trio. A married pair and their daughter, employed by the wizard to keep his home. They spent many long hours squashing fleas that plagued me and shared their warm beds with me each night.
Sounds like a typical, quiet, wonderful cat life.
If you come to this village to help and not to harm, you might be able to save those 3 kind souls from the orcs that have invaded. Ugh, such misery in our sad town.
There's still somebody alive here? You sure about that? What do you know about this visit?
A kind but private man he is. He set up his home here several years ago, but never remained there long enough before jetting off to tend to some matter or other.
How? This is... The setup, I mean, there might be an explanation for it, but the setup is very, very strange. So Zandelor is here. Well, I mean, maybe he didn't really do anything against the invasion of Hunter's Edge because he kind of felt bad for what he did to Leandra, so maybe he didn't want to oppose her or something. That could be it, right? Because otherwise I don't understand why he would just let this happen to the very place where he lives. Unless he was outnumbered by a lot, but still.
The Dark Invaders seem very interested in him indeed. They've been skulking around outside the house since they arrived, but not even one of their filthy vermin can penetrate the wizard's protective enchantments.
Yeah, might be that he wasn't really capable to save the village, right? So he just put up some enchantments around his house, and that was it.
Would that an invasion were all! They destroyed every crumb of life they could find and sent their filthy rats to seek out those who evaded them.
Again, brings me back to the thing, isn't everybody dead? How do you think that your family is still alive?
Each life they took infused their strange stones with power. Their queen glowed with delight as a parade of victims were slain before her. It was as though she was taking in a beautiful song.
Which definitely brings me back to the question of what do the orcs try to gain from this? They must have some connection to these bloodstones as well. I don't think that otherwise they would just willingly help the Immaculates like they're doing. I mean, obviously they might also just be interested in, I guess, gaining some sort of advantage, maybe some sort of material gain from it, but unless they were somehow tricked into this whole affair, it very much seems to me that they might have also had some connection to Bloodstones or to Asarte in the past.
The human tribe came shortly after. They had their own supply of the glowing stones, and the orc queen took no easy liking to them. Still, it seems they are working towards some similar goal. They haven't destroyed one another. Yet.
As I said, were they even both sent by Leandra? I mean, it made it sound like they were? Tell me about your friends, the wizard servants.
They've survived this carnage so far by concealing themselves most
okay.
cleverly. I've done my best to guard their hiding place from the slime-bellied rats attempting to sniff them out. But I fear my efforts aren't enough. Until the village has been rid of vermin, those 3 sweet souls may be found at any time.
The orcs are using rats to their advantage?
Savages by savages employed. The orcs have one among them. The rat catcher, they call him.
Okay.
Who claims to have trained rats to do his bidding. They've swarmed the place in search of hidden villagers, and unless every last one of them is split from tail to snout, they're sure to find my friends.
I mean, usually I feel bad for the rats, but if they're used for this. Guess it's time to slay some rats then as well.
But you're not like the brutes inside those walls. No. You approached me with hand, not boot, outstretched. Perhaps you could help me. With these rats running about, it's only a matter of time before my friends are caught.
It does seem like a fairly complicated situation here, though. So not only do we need to somehow get through to the wizard, but at the same time we also need to somehow bring the orcs and immaculates up against each other, and also rescue some humans that are still alive. Yeah, Wonder if I'll be able to do it.
They must be squashed, every last one of them. I've done my best so far, but there are simply too many for one set of claws to handle. With your help, though, with your help, it could be done. The rats gone, my friends safe.
Yeah, let's try to do that. Did I already talk to her about Arhu?
No, that bothersome old Tom. No, he and I are hardly friendly, much less friends. I've much more important things on my mind than him and his incessant pestering.
I don't even know why Arhu is here. I mean, I get that obviously he's doing some sort of explaining and exposition for us, but it seems a bit out of place, to be completely honest.
I can slip through these walls as I please, but you'll need to find your own way into the village. And remember, my friend, kill every last rat you find, or 3 dear souls will be lost.
Oh, and then she's running off for now? The Hunt and Hunter's Edge. Jinxika, the cat, told us about her friends, a family hiding away from the invading marauders. She wants us to help keep them hidden by killing the rat catcher's rats.
Sodden all the way to my boot soles.
Hold the dash. Okay, can't go in there. Use? Oh. Just picks up. Yeah, that weighs way too much. Probably don't want to pick up a bunch of that. Let's just keep the let's leave that stuff alone. I mean, if we do find some humans, they might still want to eat that.
Making like a cake.
I wonder why that skeleton is here. Because I was just thinking to myself, maybe they also just wanted to have a merchant here for you to be able to sell off some stuff in case your inventory was filled again, right? Because technically, if you disregard the waypoints, it would have been a while, I guess, since last I visited a town. So it's not a bad idea in general, I suppose. Okay, so this seems to be the town proper then. Man, these places are definitely a lot bigger than you'd think.
My kingdom for a dry shirt.
Which I like, but yeah, this game is just a lot more elaborate than I thought. Mountain Warrior. Okay, so they seemingly belong to that tribe. I wonder what... Because it looks like they have Tenebrium weapons, doesn't it? Well then.
I'm overheated. You there, Flatlander. Stay at your business.
Oh wait, what? If you have an amulet with you, you can just pretend that you're here on official business? I'm a source hunter and I've come to cleanse this place of immaculate filth. I've cut down 1,000 men stronger than you, boy. Move aside and let me in. What's a bit of formality between we of the goddess way? If no reason to fear me, I'm an immaculate, same as you. I wish only to speak to your leader. Do we want to try this? I mean, they did hint at the fact that we should probably try to bring up the orcs and these guys against each other. I feel like the only way of us doing that would probably be to somehow get into the village and I don't know, sow some mistrust between them somehow. Let's try this.
Come to play now the town's been taken, have you? Typical you flatlanders. Lucky for you, the goddess don't discriminate against cowards. Well, come quickly then. There's still townsfolk on the loose, and the chase has probably made them wild as cornered dogs. One might pop out of a bush and take an eye before you can shout your own name. Better you first check in with the higher-ups. You've got Jarl, the righteous leader of Weird the Mountain, and blood-stained Gratilda, queen dog of the giant toads. Trust me, you'll know her when you see her. Now scram, and make your introductions before word gets to them there's an intruder here.
Wait, I thought I killed Gratilda. I guess that orc bunch that we found... Wait, maybe they were talking about Gratilda rather than... Oh yeah, that might have been it. Gate guard stopped us and asked us to identify ourselves. Ooh, okay, well I definitely need to somehow...
Sodden, all the way to my boot sole.
manage to make it inside the village. I definitely need to somehow bring them up against each other.
They're keeping the peace for now. Chief's orders. That other tusk's yours to keep in the meantime.
That's so.
Gorag doesn't look so fearsome without his second horn. And to think, it was a human who managed to snap it clean off.
I wish we could actually convince the rats of not doing their bidding anymore. That would be pretty funny. I guess that's not really possible.
Comrade, did you hear that? It sounds like these Immaculates are at odds with the local orc savages. We may be able to turn this to our advantage.
You should, yeah.
I'll keep a sharp eye out for anything we could use to nudge these factions closer to chaos. If we can get them to destroy each other, we'll kill two birds without even having to pick up a stone. Nothing would please me more than seeing Hunter's Edge cleared of the scum that destroyed it. I may not be able to undo the past, but together we can dole out justice for those who've suffered.
It's pretty crazy, so otherwise I would have had to fight through all of these guys? I guess so, huh?
Feeling hot under the collar.
The mill. Let's maybe not, you know, pick up anything yet, or... I want to make sure to... What the fuck happened to you? Holy shit, that looks pretty brutal.
Am I gazing at the holies of souls, or am I wrong altogether?
Oh, there you are again.
Hello again. Do you bring good news?
Not really. Not yet, anyways.
Look here! Look at you! How I admire one whose head is lodged so firmly upon their shoulders, like a spire that rests upon the breadth of its foundations, one and indivisible. Not I, alas. I fare not so. For I may replace my battered cranium as jauntily as a wizard may his hat. Just consider some of these examples here before me. How I admire this one's kingly brow, that one's exquisite jaw, yonder one's deep-set sockets that held a warrior's eyes. Why make a permanent choice? Why not cater to the occasion as called for? I would, but for the question, where does the soul reside?
Pretty, deep thoughts for a skeleton there? So what are you trying to say exactly?
And so I ask, where are you, oh ephemeral soul? If in a tooth you may be pulled, if in an arm you may be broken, where are you, oh delicate monstrosity?
Why is there a skeleton in this village wondering where the hell the soul is? What are you doing here? Why are you alive? What? Why is it so important to know where in the body the soul resides?
Surely you jest when you question this question's importance. Say I opt for that there fair-featured sovereign of a skull. What happens if another soul lies therein sequestered?
I mean, I'm not saying that these aren't important questions. I'm saying, why the heck are you the one asking them?
If I play the part of the aforementioned wizard, and swap its rugged lineaments for the feeble ones that are my own, who shall I become? Yes. Who is I, then? Were I sure that the soul houses within the chest, within one's little toe for all I care, I would fret not so. But the certainty I long for remains as impossible to find as one specific raindrop in the rain.
What's this philosophical skeleton doing here? What are you trying? Is he debating with himself whether or not he should try to take some actual limbs or something from somebody else, but fears that he won't be himself anymore if he does that?
You, oh, I beg of you, have you not the answer?
Unlike our heads and our bodies, it is we and our souls that are one and indivisible. If you had a soul, you lost it the instant you died, buddy. Now you're nothing but a soulless undead. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, he clearly is still capable of thought. He still seems to somehow be himself, so... I don't necessarily agree with the first option either, but I really don't like the second one here, so I'm gonna go with first.
You needn't worry. Unlike our heads and our bodies, it is we and our souls that are one and indivisible.
Pick a new skull if you want one. It's not gonna change who you are in the least. Well, about a skull, I'm not too sure, but... Claptrap, he has become an unnatural shadow of his former self. He shouldn't seek for a soul, he should seek to end his dreadful existence instead. Really not a big fan of these choices, but...
I concur. Pick a new skull if you want one. It's not going to change who you are in the least.
I mean, technically, we don't really know much about how undead things work in this particular universe, right? And clearly some part of the soul still remains, whether or not it's necessarily attached to the specific bones that currently are on the skeleton, or whether or not there's something else, I don't fully know, but...
But alas, why was I so blind? The soul is not of the body, it is of the spirit. A new skull I shall have, but same person I'll remain. Oh, the agony of choice. I think I'll opt for the one with the kingly brow.
Is he gonna go and try to kill somebody? Oh, he was talking about literal skulls that are here, apparently. To be...
The last I knew was an orc coming at me
or not.
with an axe.
Convinced him to change his skull, and he received a new soul. Wait, so he's actually not... So the skull is part of his... What?
What's this then? Who in the hells are you? And where am I? These aren't my bones. I was made of sterner stuff, make no mistake.
So somehow skeletons still retain their... at least their memories, I guess, within their skull, even though there isn't the brain in there anymore? Okay, you switched skulls, remember?
Switched skulls? What do you want about, you loon?
Nah.
This is intolerable. I used to be an important man round these parts, you know. I demand respect. The mayor I was and the mayor I am still. Now leave me be.
I have important municipal matters to attend to.
Sure you do, buddy. Switching skulls
did make him swap souls after all.
On the bright side, we seem to have answered one of the world's oldest questions.
Yeah, isn't this a little bit insane for just some random side quest NPC in like a town square next to a lot of killed people? So apparently in this fantasy universe, a skull is the thing that retains, you know, memories, and I wouldn't even necessarily say that it retains the soul, but certainly everything else that sort of makes up the consciousness of somebody. But then, so for some reason, a skeleton still needs a body to exist? Why wouldn't all of these skulls still be able to talk by themselves as well? This definitely brings up a lot more questions than it answers, doesn't it? Pretty funny interaction though, not gonna lie. Just very unexpected, I suppose. Okay. Actually, this is an actual town.
The dog looks up at you with misery-ridden eyes. Its tail doesn't wag, and when it tries to bark or speak, only silence reaches your ears.
So whatever happened to the dog is the same that happened to the stack. I wonder if the stack that we saw next to that troll bridge leading into this forest, I guess they were hit by the same kind of thing.
The dog hangs its head, then looks north. Filled with fury, it barks noiselessly in the direction of the forest.
Okay. Seemingly has something to do with the forest, though.
Many rats scurry in and out of this hole. Where it leads is uncertain.
I thought we might be able to close it. I wonder if we should... I'm just not entirely sure how much I want to explore. Glenn's house, painting of a man. What the fuck is going on with these footprints? Poisonous creatures.
Big ugly brute making me do his dirty work. I bet his skull would make a lovely goblet for Jarl's mead.
Freda.
Thought you said it was me who pocketed it.
How in the second heaven am I supposed to know what you did with the damn thing?
One side. I ain't got time for chatting until I find the damn thing.
First of all, who are you?
What does that matter? Quit buzzing in my ear before I squash you like we did the rest of the pests in this blasted place.
What thing you mean?
The key to the armory, of course. Hasn't that frog-skinned oaf been roaring about from here to the warehouse?
Yeah, he seems to be in a bit of a panic.
You'd be too if you'd misplaced something of Gratilda's. I once saw her skin her own foot soldier alive for mispronouncing All Mother. And he'd only done it after she'd knocked his teeth out for sneezing in her presence.
Holy shit, okay. Well, that might be a good opportunity then. So maybe we can somehow make them believe that the humans lost the key or something?
What's worse is, the coward's blaming his troubles on me, only because I happened to be passing by when he noticed his armory key was missing. I'd tell him to piss off and be on my way, but he threatened to tell Gratilda it's me who stole it. Somehow, I doubt I'll get to tell my side of things before my head was shorn clear off.
Well, what do you know about the key then?
Not a damn thing in all the 12 hills of hell. This idiot orc has no idea where he's lost the damn thing. So he's taken to blaming me, a passerby. It's just like an orc to save his own skin by flaying someone else.
Yeah, we should be able to use this somehow. The armory key. Now, one of Gratilda's lieutenants was responsible for keeping the armory key, but he appears to have lost it and is conducting a frantic search.
You know damn well I wouldn't.
Well. Thought you could get away with it, did ya? Don't look so confused, Pinky. The armory key. Hand it over.
What the heck are you doing here?
Painting my toenails pale lilac, of course. What does it look like, you ape? I'm hunting for a missing key. I'm the All-Mother's right hand. If there's something she needs done by someone she knows can do it, I'm the one she calls. This little key ordeal, don't change that.
Sure, buddy. So what's up with this key?
It's small, metal, fits in a keyhole.
Sounds
Help us look or
pretty
shove
normal.
off, will ya? I've got to find the key before the old mother finds out it's missing, or she'll carve a spear at me right tusk.
The armory is missing. It could prove rather worth our time to find it.
Source hunter, scavenger hunter. For
It's
better
all
or
mother,
worse,
I'll say.
our resumes
The
are growing.
human's the one talking.
Do we really need to find it? I thought it might be more worth it to potentially just lie about it. I guess if we have it, we could somehow, I don't know, convince somebody to
Look in every cranny now. Your mother won't like
read a very well written book about all kinds of exotic creatures and the
You know damn
poisons.
well I wouldn't touch anything of yours with a 10-hand pole.
So it was John's that the key went missing just as you were waltzing through here? Your mother won't believe it for a moment.
Ah.
Yes, all mother, I'll say. The human's the one who took it.
Okay, nothing behind it, this particular key.
Yes, all mother, I'll say. The human's
Just take a bunch of stuff here. Empty bottle.
Big
I
ugly
wonder what's
brute
up with the
making me do his
footprints,
dirty
though.
work. I bet his skull would make a lovely goblet for Jarl's mead.
Yes, all mother, I'll say. The human's the one who took it.
So there's a hatch. I just wonder what's up with the footprints here. So it looks like somebody came in, potentially ransacked the place, probably took the key, I'd imagine,
I bet his skull would make a lovely goblet for Jarl's
and then
mead.
went back where exactly? Can we just go in here? Okay, it's just the cellar. Why is it... What the hell is vibrating so much here? Is that supposed to be the others walking up top, or... Nope. Yeah. Somehow I doubt that the key is here. I don't understand why the place is vibrating so much. Okay, that's not doing anything. The Art of Whiskey. Tube. Can the place please stop vibrating? Single malt whiskey. Oh, wait, what? Distill my heart. We found a book detailing how to make and distill whiskey. That's a quest? Wait, let's read through it. First, a single malt whiskey starts in the fields where the barley grows. Ample rain followed by a relatively dry season produces an excellent barley. Once harvested, the barley must be milled to create grist. So we can... There is a mill in this town as well, right? Somehow we can actually do this. Don't know what the point of it would be, but we can certainly try. Mix the grist with well water, and it will fast become a rich brown wort. Increase the wort's alcoholic content by way of a pot still. This distillation process will leave you with a lovely spirit. And now patience. Allow the spirit to age over the course of several decades to create a drink worthy of the finest of guests. So we could create alcohol, not necessarily whiskey, huh? I don't know why the screen is shaking so much. So we have a pot still. There's a bunch of ways to actually do that. So, a couple potatoes. I somehow doubt that the key would be here, though. Maybe be a little bit too easy. I don't know what the heck is up with that whiskey, though. I guess we might... Maybe we're supposed to just follow the footprints? I don't know. And somebody came in here. Don't exactly understand what it's trying to tell me, though. Clearly the key isn't just here.
I need to dry off.
Right, Orfighter.
That's so. Y'all can't stand the thought of it all. Try getting ripped to
Hornless Gorak.
Poor blasted mosquitoes. Never a moment's peace with these filthy vermin buzzing in me. Oh, brother, I've crossed me pests. 'Tweren't a tiny winged bloodsucker whining at me, but a tiny footed one.
Okay.
Brother, I think the human's asking me a question. Think I ought to tell the tiny pest who I am? Or I tell her I lost this all in a scuffle with another ickle human? Maybe it was this one's brother.
I like your voice.
That pesky bugger might have got me all, but I've got something too. It's weird.
Okay. Oh, wait, what? Star-crossed lovers? We overheard an orc and a tribesman professing their love for one another. Wait, what? We did?
Human, leave the lambs out diseased. You'll come to her tonight. The human, and it's itching like mad.
Okay, I did not get that at all, but sure.
I ain't afraid of a single frog-skinned one of you.
Make it like a cake.
Okay, yeah, this is just a mill, so somehow we can create alcohol? I don't... Maybe that's another way to deal with them? Maybe we can make them drunk and fight each other? Could be. Hey, a bunch of gold. I mean, there's definitely a lot to do here and interact with. God, this is a... place is huge! It's an actual town! And you can just completely disregard this entire section and will basically just start fighting everybody? That's pretty crazy, not gonna lie.
I'd prefer to drown my sorrows with ale.
This is a pretty cool way to defend the town as well, right? If that's the town gate. I mean, currently nobody's up here because I guess they don't really need it anymore, but previously would have been a pretty awesome spot to defend the town.
I'd never have judged a few grimy ground dwellers, and lost ones at that, to be worth all this fuss.
Chief knows what he knows. He says, find the cellar, so that's what we do.
Well, for all he knows, they could be knee-deep in forest muck miles away from here.
The forest? So that settles it. You really are big a buffoon as you look. No one gets into the Phantom Forest, brother. No one.
Alright.
The conduit. Chief says she's there as we speak.
Is she now?
That thick brain of yours is better suited for gruel than for thinking. Of course she's there. She's got the goddess within her. Come on in. We've got to sell her to find. Your chatter won't scare it into the open, you know.
And they're looking for a cellar? Why? This thing's locked. Can we pick it? It only says lock level 1. Wait, does she not... what? She's got lockpicking 1. Did I accidentally give the lockpicks to someone else? Probably. Who's got the lockpicks? Why is that always such an annoying thing to deal with? Or maybe... Did I maybe forget to pick up lockpicks? I thought I had some. Oh no, there they are.
Is this one of them fancy scribble pages? Never did trust them myself.
I guess I must have given them to her when it was overburdened the entire time. Oh, hello. Flammenschwert. Okay. Interesting. Terra. It's level 17 though. 13 strength. 30% chance to set burning, 20% chance to set feared. Wow. Definitely a good one. Okay, so the same kind of footprints that we found in the other house are in here as well. I don't really know if they're really supposed to belong to the same person. Don't know why these guys are looking for a cellar though. Okay, nothing behind the paintings. Hey, there's a lockpick here.
Plates and rubbish. I ain't a bleeding maid.
Ain't there something behind here?
Hey, you already checked beneath these boards? Any sign of them?
None here. No hint of that secret cellar either. Who would have thought Flatland...
I wonder if high perception helps me find
keep
this.
looking. We'll rip out every board if need be. Chief's orders.
Feels more like I potentially need to
The orcs tore through this place like wild pigs.
There's nothing to find in this bleeding dump.
would have thought that I'd maybe have to utilize some sort of switch or something on the wall.
The thing won't budge. Then again, I thought the same about that villager's kneecap.
But I don't know.
Is this one of them fancy scribble pages? Never did trust them myself.
Plates and rubbish. I ain't a bleeding maid.
Ain't there something behind here?
Why does this have to be so complicated?
Hey, you already checked beneath these boards? Any sign of them?
None here. No hint of that secret cellar either.
Oh.
Who would have thought Flatlanders would be so clever?
Wait, why are the footprints just coming out of the wall?
Every board if need be. Chief's orders.
That doesn't look right. I mean, let's move this anyways, but...
The orcs tore through this place like
There's nothing
wild
to
pigs.
find in this bleeding dump.
But I mean... Perception certainly didn't seem to help. I mean, there's certainly something here. I just don't fully understand how... Closet. Can't move that.
I ain't a bleeding maid.
Ain't there something behind here?
Yeah, I think so. I just don't understand how...
None here.
how to
No,
access
that
it.
secret cellar either. Who would have thought Flatlanders would be so clever?
Well, keep looking. We'll rip out every board if need be. Chief's orders.
There is no switch, no nothing really. Battered cooking pot. I can't look at the
The orcs tore through this place like wild.
I thought that maybe there would be a secret switch maybe behind the fireplace or something. Might need something else first before I can discover that.
What tell you about that village's kneecap?
Why are there so many secrets to find here? Oh, I guess you think that hidden cellar is where the three, I almost forgot about them already, where the three people that the cat is looking for are hiding? Could be, right?
Many rats scurry in and out of this hole, where it leads. Many rats scurry in and out of this hole.
Don't really fully understand why we're not able to interact with the rat.
Interesting.
Holds.
If I find the orc cover lad that did this, I'm feeding him his own medicine.
Screw yourself with a rusty mace.
Bunch of blood.
You there!
What?
The armory's off limits,
Oh.
you hear? Take another step and you'll be looking for your teeth at the end of a rainbow.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know. Point taken, but why mayn't I enter?
Because it's a goddamn crime scene, isn't it?
It
Our
is.
bloody bloodstones were stolen. The
What?
old bloody lot of them.
What?
Best not to get on her
Wait,
backside.
the most important thing, the very reason for why you're even here, got stolen? The fuck? Do you have any suspects?
Everybody's pointing their grubby little fingers at Garrett because he was on guard duty at the time. Yeah, it may be a tad suspicious that now he's missing, but I'll eat pig ball soup if he had anything to do with it.
So I guess whoever does have the armory key now probably is the prime suspect here?
I mean, just look at this shattered door. There's Orchid Bot written all over it. But I'm done talking about this mess. Ask Jarl if you're so bloody interested.
Oh, this is really intriguing.
I told you where you'd find your teeth, didn't I? Now bugger off.
So it seems like whoever broke into the armory also injured themselves, possibly?
I found something. Then shut your mouth and go get some.
So I suppose if we follow the blood, we might be able to discern where they went.
What's this? I found something.
Okay, that's where the blood goes. Don't know where the fuck this leads. Oh, hello. That looks way too beautiful for this downcast village type deal. Is this locked? Oh, wait. Maybe I should look at the sign first. Horton and Charles Trading Post. Ah, so the skeleton was a merchant originally. Interesting. Can't reach? What? Okay. How weird. Steel bar. So many things to take here. Orange. Empty bottle. Jar of honey. Painting of a woman. Pear. Apple pie. Priestess Cordelia's diary. Let's take a look at that. I myself wouldn't have elected to make my home in this dank little corner of the Phantom Forest, but far be it for me to argue with the conduit. At least I found myself a quiet little place to call my own. Quiet now that I've made use of its previous occupants, that is. A woman and her husband. They hardly fought at all. Okay, so it's the diary of the person that brought them back to life then. Possibly. All better for me. Once they were dead, I found a lovely little spell to use on one of their corpses. An ancient immaculate incantation, and a most useful one at that. So useful, in fact, I have infused these very pages with its power. Ooh, okay. With it, I proved that even cold corpses could be turned toward the greater good. The conduit will be extremely pleased. This is exactly the sort of spell she needs for her tenebrium mines. The method is simple. A totem of bone serves as the anchor. The spell serves as the guide. A simple pentagram unites the totem and spell to ensnare or release the selected souls. The souls of the deceased are trapped within the totem, and the fate of her corpses is guided by the spell. So long as the totem remains intact, their souls are caged and bound within this realm. This pair, Charla and Hortun, as I recall, were infused with the will to trade. Creating an army of miners should be all the easier. I must tell the priests within the mine to guard their totem well. I'll keep mine on my person, but in the wrong hands, the conduit's entire workforce could disappear.
Charla and Horton. Aren't those the skeleton traders we met? Charla in Sicile, and Horton just outside this village.
Oh.
If this is to be believed, their spirits are trapped in a dark priestess's totem.
Oh. I didn't think that there was another skeleton trader in Sicile. That's a long time ago. What the fuck? That's really cool. Okay, so we can somehow release their souls then? If we find this priestess? Cordelia Reanimator. The diary of the priestess Cordelia detailed how she killed and then reanimated Horton and Charla, the former inhabitants of her home. In it, she describes having the totem that keeps them bound to this realm on her person. Yeah, well, we need to find her then. And there's a hatch here as well. Maybe she's down there? Where's this bottle? Oh, this is really aggravating how the cursor works. Don't know if why it has. Let's pick this up. I want to see what this is. Bottle of swirling mud. Brewed to perfection in one of Rivlon's oldest swamps. Well, that doesn't really tell me much. Whoa! The fuck? What the heck is going on here? There's a bunch of bottles of a billion different things here. Oh. For a second there, I thought that maybe the reason for why the screen was constantly shaking when I was in that other cellar is because the game treats it as being on the same sort of map. And therefore the screen was shaking even though I wasn't even close to these fireballs, but... Okay, I think we might be able to turn this entire thing off if I can get back there. I mean, there are these metal crates here that we can probably utilize to get through this whole thing. Should I try that with Medora? Isn't this just fire, though? What if I just make her immune to fire? Can she just run through? She's probably gonna take damage, right? Yeah, I mean, she's taking damage, but not a lot. Does it start up again? Guess it turned it off. Well, that was anticlimactic. The fact that that was really, really easy to get through. Oh god, there's a bunch of stuff here. Empty mug. Holy shit. It's like a huge list of things. Stop stepping on it. This might be the cellar of the very person that left the diary behind up top. Let's see. Can you please stop? I mean, seems like nobody's here. Apple, antique silver ring. Why is there so much stuff here? It's really, really difficult to look through everything. It's a little bit overkill compared to most places, isn't it? Empty mug, empty bottle, assortment of books, a sheet of paper, some more books. Another bottle of swirling mug for some reason.
Oh, I was really hoping to find something better.
I did... Why? What? Why does it just let you pick it up? Usually you can open them. God, there's a lot of stuff here. Okay, for some reason there's another one of these bottles of swirling mud. Really get why, but...
Fortune!
Let's pick it up, I suppose. Book. I feel like... So there seem to be 3 books that don't really have any sort of thing written in it. Let me double check with the... Where is it? Not the Art of Whiskey. Was it the diary that had... Ancient Immaculate, also useful in that. Spells have a simple pentagram unites totem and spell to ensnare or release the selected souls. I mean, this pentagram very likely was used for this very purpose.
Not even worth the rummaging.
But I don't get how this could be, like, this is just the pentagram that was used to bind them, right? But I suppose we can't really do anything in terms of releasing them with this. Which begs the question of why does this place even exist? I mean, what's the point of me being able to go down here if I can't really do anything? Either I'm overlooking something or maybe this place will be important later on. I mean, it could be that once we find... How do I get back up? Once we find the person that wrote the diary, maybe we'll be able to come back here and utilize the pentagram to release their souls. Maybe that's how it's supposed to be done. Okay, so the blood leads outside then. Interesting.
Those bloodstones are ours. We will have such use relics. Sharing them lander.
I suggest you examine the violence. And shut your mouth and go get some wine.
You may not know what it is texts of every kind. Get them before they turn to ash. He's a son of the mountain, and he never betrayed.
And you trust so readily in the feeble hearts of foot soldiers.
Arcane texts of every
Okay, so they're debating where the key could have gone, I guess? Or rather, the bloodstones.
And howl about avenging the seventh moustache of Alfred Moonwolf.
Arcane texts of every kind.
Stab it.
My augur's flame kindles at your approach. In the market for some magical artifacts and scrolls, are you?
I still find it pretty crazy that the only reason why I'm even able to interact with all of them is because I had just an immaculate amulet that I picked up from earlier. Which is also pretty dumb, considering that... Well, I guess they think of the immaculates as being fairly capable in most scenarios, so... Maybe they don't really... Maybe they wouldn't really think that anybody would be capable of taking one of the amulets from the Immaculates and just present them as their own, but it seems like a pretty easy way to identify yourself with that, right? Anyways, what sort of wares do you have?
Anything and everything left behind by vermin after we've exterminated them. And I must say, some of these roaches have mighty fine taste. The All-Mother chooses first from among the spoils, and the rest she grants to us to use or turn to profit.
Alright. Well... Make invisible. Set invisible status on a target. Oh, hello. So that's invisibility, but on anyone? I mean, well... Probably not that bad, considering that, you know, when you're in a pinch, for example, earlier when Lillian was, you know, down a bunch of HP, you can certainly utilize that to make a character invisible, so that they're not being hit by enemies anymore. Tectonic spray. Deal earth damage to all targets in a 45-degree cone that's 7 meters long. Creates an oil surface as a chance to petrify. Also sounds pretty good, honestly. Infectious flame. Cast a magical flame that focuses on impacts. Haven't I already bought this? I think so, right? Crawling infestation. Plants monsters like an nearby target. Shackles of pain. Mark a target that will receive all of the damage you receive. What the fuck? Well, I'm definitely gonna buy that. Let's just get these. I mean, why not, right? Should I maybe sell a bunch of these scrolls? At the end of the day, why do we need to keep them, huh? Sell this already. Well, this I definitely want to keep. And these aren't really worth much, but keeping 88 of them around seems like a little bit overkill. Well, I could look through my inventory, right, to find a couple things that I can get rid of. For the time being, I don't necessarily think that I need to get rid of too many things. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Inventory. I should have swapped over to Lillian to begin with, but Oh well.
Arcane techniques of every kind. Get them before they turn to ash.
I really want to spend too much time on this.
By order of the Old Mother, huge discounts on magic.
Okay, let's see. Where are the skill books that I just got? Infectious Flame I can't learn yet. Make Invisible I can. Alright. So my main is capable of making others invisible. This goes to Medora. This goes to Lillian. Oh wait, I have a bunch of arrows here, right? Yeah. Send them over to her real quick.
By order of the Old Mother, huge discounts on magic hold.
Not that one. Let's see.
By order of the Old Mother, huge discounts on magic hold.
Can't learn that yet. Okay, I can't learn that either. Can learn this, however. Well, that's gonna be pretty good, I think. Faculty of Pain sounds pretty awesome. Especially when you have a fight with like one very strong target. It just... Well, I guess the very thing that makes it not so great is the fact that Medora typically doesn't even get that much damage, right? Dyson.
In the market for some premium gear, are ya?
It's... like, on the one hand, it's really, really awesome that they've set this up as an actual village with traders and everything. But at the same time, it's also kind of weird.
Anything and everything left behind by vermin afterwards.
Oh, it's literally the exact same voice line as well.
Mighty fine taste. The All Mother chooses first from among the spoils, and the rest she grants to us to use or turn to profit.
Let's actually sell this. I don't need to keep it the entire time. Teleportation. Anything else? Do I eventually want to sell these? I don't even really get the point of empty skill books because it seems... Well, I guess you can... It's just cheaper, right? If I knew how to craft skills myself, it would probably be cheaper than straight up buying the skill books. But considering that money is more or less a non-issue... Yeah. It's a bit pointless, isn't it? These blank scrolls are kind of pointless as well. Or rather pointless to sell because they're not really worth much. That's fine for now. They're still... They're playing cards in there. That's the whole armory. Wait.
That one's worth 10 coins to sure. Hey, you, stranger, over here. You look like you could use a leg up against the competition. Isn't that so? Nothing more than a humble trader, my lord. And there's always plenty to go around after the raising of a village. I collect a bit of it and bring it to market. Tenebrium's awfully valuable after all. No reason wares of this caliber ought to rot in some coffer.
Whose coffer do you mean, Matilda?
Oh, my lord, I wouldn't dare steal from the All-Mother. A grave crime, that'd be. No. I simply pick from the loot she hasn't quite noticed yet. Doesn't miss them in the least. This I promise on my honor as an orc.
Alright, let's see what he got.
With pleasure, my lord.
So he's actually selling Tenebrium weapons. That's very interesting. A Guide to Elegant Torture Volume 3. Okay. I mean, that's certainly interesting. Requires Tenebrium 2. Well, I don't even have that.
This orc's been withholding loot from his so-called Allmother. Interesting indeed.
That's also a quest. The back alley trader. We discovered an orc trader selling Tenebrium merchandise, even though all Tenebrium ought to have been brought to Gruntilda. Man, this is honestly quite overwhelming, just the sheer amount of possible avenues to take here. There's a bunch of... Oh. They've actually hung a bunch of their own, it seems.
What about that one? Look how it skulks around. Neither orc nor enlightened. I'll bet no one would even notice if it disappeared.
Oh, hello there.
Another word about it. Only the guilty go to these gallows. Ain't they a lovely sight up there, all in a row? Strung them up myself on you. Each of the little darlings. The sweetest sight I could ask for.
You don't care that you've also strung up orcs, alright? So Cordelia is the one that wrote that diary, right? She's the one that apparently has something on her that would allow us to release those skeleton traders' souls. So you're the executioner here.
I never did much care for the term myself. I'm more of a caretaker, you see. The world's a wild place, unpredictable at best. But here, upon these gallows, there's peace, calm. I keep the order, and my little ones stay in line.
Little ones who are the condemned? Wait, what are you talking about?
Condemned in this life, perhaps. But when they come to rest in my usage, their sins are washed away. These aren't thieves and murderers and traitors, you see. After I've laid them to rest here, they're pure as angels. My little angel.
It's pretty... I was gonna say it's a pretty fucked up way of thinking about this, but at the same time, I mean, to be completely fair to him, an executioner that sees himself as sort of a liberator of sins, I guess. You know, I've met worse people. Do you perform that yourself all the time?
Yes, but that's far from my only order of business. Our great Queen Gruntilda is no stranger at getting her claws bloody, and she'll not hesitate to pluck out a pair of eyes what looked at her sideways. I handle all the dreaming dears when she's done with them all the same. Whether they're my little ones or hers makes no difference. I'm happy to bring them here to rest among me and mine.
And what about these men and orcs?
It can be an honour. Where ought we to start?
We can ask him individually about them? Well, far left first.
Paulie came first, the little
Paulie.
rogue. A human he was, and Gruntilda ordered him hanged while Yar was out on the hunt. He was the first I got to tack in myself since coming to this town.
She ordered one of Jarl's people to be hanged while he was out of town, and he was okay with that? Well, I suppose he probably wasn't, but it's kind of a miracle that they haven't already bashed all of their heads in when that happened, right?
I remember it like it was yesterday. The fussy little dear didn't want to go to sleep. No, kicked and screamed and did. But he started to calm down a bit after I strung him up, as I knew he would. And soon he was fast asleep.
The middle one?
Oh, my little Tierno. He was a sweet one right from the start. A thief, I think he was in his last life. But he accepted what was to come easy as pie. The guards handed him to me, limp as a doll and shivering with fright. I strung him up nice and slow, so as not to worry the poor dear.
This is... holy shit. I'm actually at a loss for words about this orc. Well, what about the other orc then?
He was one of Gruntilda's. After some impertinent question or other, I believe it was. Impertinent questions. A plague among we orcs they are. Ending more death than horn rot these days. Well, Gratuda dispatched him, but it was I who collected the great heavy deer and strung him up here. Gratuda said he'd be a warning to the others, but I think he's a great addition to the family, to boot. He does look a lovely sort of pale green colour, don't he? Like a dusty ancient jade. Beautiful.
Doesn't take much to send Gratuda over the edge, does it?
Yeah, it certainly
Who'd have
doesn't.
thought the greatest threat to the Immaculates would be one of their own?
It's technically not their own.
Again, the lost
The reason for why I find it so difficult to make up my mind about this orc is because
Think of all the little deer
I don't know. He like
matters into your own hands.
he seems to have a lot of respect for his work, right? And he doesn't really judge the people that he hangs. I guess he... Well, the negative thing obviously being that he doesn't really think about whether or not what he's doing is right or not, right? But at the same time, he's not the one deciding that they need to be hanged.
You aim so low,
It's a definitely very interesting character.
ideas you could have if you took matters into your own hands. You there, tell me, how's your vision? Any ailments in the liver or spleen? Lost ones are everywhere these days, after all.
What do you mean?
I am a servant to the goddess, of course. One of the first among her enlightened in Revelon, and certainly the most devoted. I've scoured the region for unworthy souls, and am quite efficiently cleansing the land of lost ones great and small.
Alright.
How much better the lost serve her as bone automatons. My expertise as a necromancer is unmatched, you know. I've a success rate is nearing 99%.
Bit full of yourself, aren't you? Might be your downfall eventually. You should look out for that. The other 1%?
They end up with their brains a bit, well, scrambled. You can find such a fellow opining over skulls somewhere around here. One of my more harmless false steps, I think.
So that's what happened at the, where we found Michaelis, or whatever his name was, the skeleton that swapped out his skull. Are those the skulls of people that she wasn't able to convert to actual skeletons? Oh yeah, I was already up there. I guess I just didn't really see the people that were strung up. Did I try talking to you guys? I don't...
Yeah, get Dorkish custom to take a dip in the river now, man. You smell like a wounded hog.
It's no surprise a dainty thing like you can't handle a bit of musk. Shall I run you a bubble bath, darling? Makes it with rose oil, shall I?
Humans? What do you mean by? Damned if I bother justifying my man to a beast like you.
What I find actually somewhat intimidating about this place as a player is there are all these details and really, really cool conversations to have here. And I feel like one misstep or, well, if you just go to, I don't know, I feel like you can miss this entire place, really, if you decide to just fight them right from the get-go. I don't know, there's so much stuff here, right? Which makes me think that maybe I should have infiltrated the Immaculates to begin with. It's a bit strange that the game... It seems like they're wanting you to actually not fight that much, right? But fighting is so fun, though. I don't know, it's,
You must be itching to lose your fingers if you dare disturb my camp, human.
Your camp?
What are you playing at, Toadskin? Watch how you address us, you betters. You did hear how Oldless Gorag got his name after all.
Yeah, piss off then. Go and gab amongst yourselves like a pair of chickens, why don't you?
What? I overheard you whispering together you're in love, are you not? The fuck are you two doing here to begin with?
Same of you, small bones. I don't go stopping up to you in the ballet class demanding to know which pirouette you're doing next, do I?
seem to know an awful lot about ballet classes, to be honest. That's quite surprising. I like how they're always calling us like small bones and whatnot. Small feet, I think one of them called us.
What? That's disgusting. A tiny pink-fleshed human and an orc like myself. Why, I've got eyes for the great Gratilda alone.
Yeah, no chance you're gonna get her.
Uli, we can't hide forever.
Wait, they actually are? Okay, I thought that was supposed to be a joke to sort of bring them up against each other, but they're actually in love? Honestly, you two, you should probably run away. If somebody notices that, they're gonna hang you both, I think.
Like what? You think this stranger knows anything about the two of us, Alfred? I tell you now, that twerp don't know a thing.
And you thought I didn't hear that?
Enough, Uli. Enough. Surely this stranger has no reason to put us in harm's way. We're all sworn immaculates here, are we not? There are certain secrets that perhaps we, beneath the goddess's eye, may share in good faith.
Did not expect to meet two of them that were actually reasonable. I think you're a little bit too trusting here, but thankfully you've, I guess, met the right people this time. Tell me your story. I'm really intrigued now.
First thing you have to understand, we orcs aren't made to love it all. Nah, we're born devoted to our queen, and to her we turn all our attentions. To seek fulfillment outside the queen's graces, well, it's a treason committed only once in a red moon among we orcs. And the penalties, a terrible death.
As I said, it's probably not good to stay here. This is gonna come out eventually.
When we first took the village, I couldn't tell Orfrig apart from the rest of the pink little ants scurrying about. A human was a human, as far as I was concerned.
As for me, Ulor stood out right away. The curve of his horns, his regal bearing. He was fascinating. I'd never seen an orc as anything but an enemy, but suddenly I couldn't keep my eyes off this great green brute. I suppose my staring was rather conspicuous.
What's going on here? Okay.
You suppose? Oh, I thought you were aiming to slit my throat the way you were watching me.
The way they're telling this, how the fuck did they actually come together then? They must have gotten insanely lucky to not accidentally kill each other.
I couldn't help myself. It was almost supernatural. But when Ulor marched over to me, club in hand, to address my strange behaviour, something happened.
Love at first sight, if you can believe it. I came over aiming for a fight, but all I found in Ulfric's eyes was, well, whatever it was, it hasn't left me since.
And nobody around you questioned that? Because I feel like that would have been a very awkward situation in the company of others. It's a very curious situation indeed. It's very surprising and very welcomed. I did not expect us to be here. I guess the best way would be to somehow get them out of town.
Please, if you've any mind for sparing two fellows of terrible fate, you'll swear to keep our secret to yourself. We've committed no sin greater than experiencing a love as sweet and pure as any. But if we were discovered, it would mean certain death for us both.
At the risk of repeating myself here, you've gotten insanely lucky that you talk to us. Anybody else and you would probably be 2 new corpses on those nooses over there. Will not see anyone harmed for daring to love. We simply cannot make any such promise. This may will prove valuable information. Well, I definitely don't want to spill their secret. Can we somehow help them escape, though?
We swear it indeed. Will not see anyone harmed for daring to love.
Your secret is safe with us.
And so, let us speak the oath. Your secret is safe with us.
Oh, friend. Your words are a great relief to my beloved and I can't explain how or why we found these feelings, but there's one thing I know for certain. We are no traitors, and our service to the cause remains true. Your discretion is worth its weight in gold. Goddess bless you.
I suppose you can take this to... create some unrest here? I wonder what had happened otherwise. If we told somebody about them, but wouldn't they just have killed the 2 of them and... Well, I don't know what else would have happened. Huh. Also, now it seems that the quest is just done, but I kind of wish we would have been able to just get them out of here or something. I mean, it's fine to keep their secret, but... Oh, it's not done yet, though. We overheard an orc and a tribesman professing their love for one another. Confronted the lovers with what we'd overheard, but reassured them we wouldn't tell a soul about their affair. Maybe... I wonder if, now that we help them, if they can help us somehow.
I'm drenched.
I mean, certainly there has to be a big advantage to having 2 people, or an orc and a, one of the, whatever they were called, that really trust us a whole lot.
Did someone leave an oven door open?
I feel like I've just had a long bath in a
Well,
cold
let's see what's going on here.
Well, by the boot soles of Burl Boonhammer, what have we here?
Another human in Hunter's Edge. State your business, whelp.
And we can just be straight to them and... Source sent us here to clear the land of the Immaculate Blight. Wouldn't that basically mean that the entire village would immediately attack us? Am I missing something here? I don't think that this would end well. I find it funny that you can... So, without actually infiltrating the Immaculates in Silverglen, you can still play that role here. What's that guy with the whiskey doing there? What? What is going on here? There are... Don't get me wrong, I really like that there are very surprising quests here, but pretty funny with the whiskey and whatnot. So I suppose we're able to brew whiskey and then... What? Make them all drunk so that they'll start fighting each other? Do we see that correctly? I'm just worrying that if I... Well, I don't want to go with the second option here, obviously, because we'll probably just die. I don't really see another way how that will go, but I'm just a little bit concerned that with this first option, they're gonna see through our lie. I don't know if we have to know, because Maybe if you start off by infiltrating the Immaculates in Silver Glen first, maybe they're giving you some sort of secret piece of information that you need in order to convince these guys that you belong to them. But anyways, I don't want to go with option 2, so we're left with the first one, I guess.
Hail, Immaculate. By the sickle of Tyr Gutgouger, I'm glad to see another human face here in Hunter's Edge. Not yet another misshapen orcish snout.
If you fancy keeping that human face of yours, I wouldn't take my cues from the chief of the mountain apes. I may have sworn to refrain from carving my name across his back, but yours, I do believe, is free for the taking.
Regular ray of sunshine, ain't she? Don't let her manners fool you, though. Her disposition may be dark, but her wit is bright. Bright and devious.
Alright.
Believe me when I tell you that she's plotting against us as we speak, and would have long given the order to spill our blood if she wasn't leashed by the orders of the conduit herself. But by the shield of the Stormbringer, she'll not outfox the sworn brothers of Tanneroth. And I sincerely hope she won't outfox the likes of you either. You belong to the Silverglen tribe, I take it. Thought you were all holed up in Hyberheim, but it pleases me to see some of your number have come to Hunter's Edge.
Silverglen tribe holed up in Hyberheim? I mean, sure, there were a lot of Immaculates in Hyberheim, but aren't there also a lot still in Silverglen?
Yes, an outsider not as yet distrusted by the orcs is exactly what I need in the matter of the missing bloodstones and the matter of the wizard's house. But let's talk in my headquarters over yonder, for by the beard of the Bear Slayer there are too many green ears around here.
Okay, so that's definitely our entry into, I guess, sowing mistrust between them. The Immaculates are desperate to discover the whereabouts of the Wizard of Hunter's Edge. We should definitely find him before Leandra does. We met Jarl, the leader of the warriors here, and Gertilda, the leader for the orcs. Jarl has some matters he'd like to discuss with us and asked us to meet him in the tribe's headquarters away from Orcshears. It's pretty crazy to me. So we literally gained 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 quests already from this place. Holy fucking shit. Are we allowed to enter this place? What's the guy in the background with the whiskey doing? Hey, Mr. Ratcatcher.
No need for a supple young kitten like yourself here. My rats will find the villagers in no time at all.
Wonder if we can somehow manipulate him then.
What is it?
Who are you?
Do you pretend not to know me, child? Surely you stare into my left eye each time you admire the full moon. But play coy if you will.
It's a weird comment.
The All Mother called me here to find a certain tiny herd of sheep missing from her flock. Ah, the wolfish shepherd woman, she. I am world renowned for my ability to search and to find. Well, you might ask, feigning ignorance so that you might hear more of my lilting voice. Rats, kitten. Rats are always the answer. There's no hole they won't find, no stench that can deter them. No, there is no hiding from a rat, and so there is no hiding from me. I raise them, train them, lead them. I am their king, and my subjects will find those hidden villages in no time at all!
I do wonder. I mean, I talked to one of the rats, right? They... Well, I'm just wondering, is he manipulate? He is literally telling us that he raises them, right? I wonder if... Well, technically, maybe that's why we can't really manipulate the rats themselves, because they have been raised by this guy. So they're not really capable of going against him or something. I just wish that you could have... Maybe I just missed it, but it would be cool if you could have done something to the rats that would allow you to resolve this situation, right? Tell me more about the hidden villages.
I'll give them quite the spanking when my rats whisper to me where to find them. Yes, perhaps I'll get my fill of my own private punishments first and foremost.
Yeah, I don't like you. I'm slightly confused. So the villages? I wonder if they're behind whatever secret door there is in that one house, right? Where the other two guys are skulking about, muttering about a cellar that they can't find. But the footprints that are in those houses, they look orcish. Or like some sort of maybe even bigger creature? Not humans. But maybe they have some sort of creature with them? I don't know. Why would they have been in the other house, though? Might also be completely unrelated. Maybe those footprints are connected to the to whatever happened to the armory key, or both of those are also connected. I don't know.
The old mother believes those villagers, being the one-time servants of the wizard, will know how to find him. Or at least how to break the enchantments shielding his house. Wicked enchantments, are they?
Just trying to think back. So the cat didn't really tell us anything about these villages in particular being somehow connected to the wizard. Maybe they are? I mean, technically, I guess the wizard... would he really have... Well, not family in the village, but could have had people who trusted him, or people who liked him, people he engaged with quite often. Maybe those were... Maybe those are... those people? Maybe the wizard even helped them from a distance somehow? Tell me about the Old Mother.
Our mother, yes. And we do suckle from the teat of her goodwill. No wonder so many of us starve. An iron fist in an iron glove is our Gratilda. She doesn't tolerate failure any more than I tolerate a spring nymph stealing glimpses of me during bath time. No, Shira, I say, you'll get your fill at the God's Day Festival.
Still I'm blown away by what would have happened if I would have told Jarl and Grutilda that we weren't Immaculates, but instead source hunters who came here to cleanse the village. Would the whole village literally just have started attacking us, and all of these, like all of this voice acting, everything here, all the quests would just be done for? That seems crazy to me. But it must be a possibility, right? I don't... like... it has to be. Why are we seeking the wizard?
What? Do I look like his secretary? And even if I were, with my head in a tight little bun and my quill at the ready, the old mother doesn't share her every concern with me, you know. Oh, those she whispers to her pillow serpentine, when only the feathers come here.
So you're telling me you don't know? Cool. What about your rats then?
Perfectly disciplined, aren't they? They'd obey my every command, and when I die, they'll all leap into my grave so that they needn't be without me. Don't try to stop them, no. They won't have it any other way.
We discovered that the rat catcher is using rats to search for the villagers. We already knew that. I wonder if there's some way to manipulate him.
What is it that you so enjoy about
I don't...
Fresh apple pie.
Why is he turning in our direction? That looked weird. I don't suppose that we'd really be able to convince... Because I'm just thinking about, is there a way to charm him? Is there some sort of way to manipulate him into thinking that... Can we just enter here, or is that not? Orc Tavern. Wait, there are those footprints again.
Maybe for you. Me? I'd like to know a bit about some relics. Human Haggis. Been too long, hasn't it, brother? Keep your faith in the old mother, brother, and it won't be much longer yet.
The fuck is going on?
Rejoice! The goddess has blessed us with more whiskey.
Enough. Leave immediately, and I'll consider refraining from cutting your tongue.
There's so many conversations happening everywhere. Okay, so Gruntilda is debating with somebody in there for some reason. Somebody's trying to catch whiskey. So many freaking orcs everywhere. Yeah, I think the footprints are just supposed to be the orcs making a mess of the place, right? But considering the footprints in the other houses and the fact that some of the other footprints seem to lead out of the wall, maybe that family were looking for help from an orc or something? Why is Medora missing HP, by the way? I was just thinking, as much as I wanted to do a long stream of Divinity today, well, we shuffled around a bunch of our stuff with Final Fantasy XIV, and we are going to try to re-clear Dragonsong tonight. I might want to do some stuff in Final Fantasy before then, considering that I still need to do the next phase of the... what are they called? Like the thing. The Omicron Tribe quests, right? That's what I wanted to say. And I feel like this is really... I don't know why, but this honestly feels a little bit overwhelming. Simply because there are so... What did... Oh, he's drunk. Why did he just fall down? Is he really drunk? Yeah, this entire town is crazy to me. This is way, way more than I thought Hunter's Edge would be. Considering that at the beginning, when I first heard about it, I didn't even think that Hunter's Edge would be a town at all. I'm just blown away by the fact that there's yet another map with an entire town, and that technically maybe you can just attack the entire town as well. This is all, yeah, honestly pretty mind-blowing to me. Makes me think, well, now I'm already here, so I don't really want to go back to Silver Glen and try to... I wonder, there has to be... I don't know. The whole infiltrating the Immaculates thing. I wonder if that might have been another angle we could have taken.
It'll be a moment.
Why is there a goblin all of a sudden? And why are they running around the entire time? What the hell is he doing here? But yeah, I think this is actually a good stopping point because this requires a lot more attention and a lot more... I don't even know. As I said, I got like 7 new quests. What the fuck? This is so much more than I thought there would be. This is crazy to me. This game is going to take me another 150 hours. I can already see that. Fucking hell. I don't mind it at all. I just, you know, I guess in my mind, I just need to shuffle some stuff around. But yeah, anyways, I think that's going to be it for now.
I saved you the finest paw.
Hi! Hi, what's going on? Thanks for the raid. Agent Kid, how was your stream? What were you doing? What were you playing? Human people doing a raid, not more orcs or goblins.
Before they're snatched away from you. It could happen at any moment.
Well, I'm still really deep into Divinity Original Sin, as you can see, and just discovered that there's a whole new village here in Hunter's Edge to do stuff with. Oh, Divinity 2. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to checking that out once I'm done with this one. If this game is already so full of content that I can't even begin to think about what the second one will have in store. Busy murdering entire towns. Yeah, I probably could have done the very same here and gotten rid of all the orcs that way, but somehow I actually managed to infiltrate them and convince them that I apparently am not a threat to them. Oh, you were doing you're playing a co-op, I suppose? That's also pretty fun, I think. Setting many things on fire. It's what I like to do too. Setting things on fire. Crowd controlling enemies that way is always really fun. Especially when they take a lot of damage when they run through it. This game just has so many possibilities in terms of combat, it's actually crazy. I don't even get what he's slipping on. So I guess... let's maybe talk to the barkeep and find out. So he seems to be constantly running around to find more whiskey for this guy. He also seems to have enough. Because I was just debating with myself if maybe there is a way to get a lot more people drunk here and somehow create a bit of unrest here as well by just having more whiskey available to everybody.
Oh, a new immaculate face in town. What a pleasure to serve you. I've a deal running now. Double the whiskey for any and all who refrain from beating me from the neck up and the crotch down.
What are you even doing here? Why is there another normal human here? Just serving them.
You see me bloody cup is empty.
Although I guess I didn't even think about that, but typically talking to the barkeep is the most intelligent thing you can do, right? When arriving in a new town. Even though it's a very unusual town, I'll give them that. Oh, sure. Thanks for the raid again, and have a great lurk. I'm just gonna... I don't know, I'm still quite overwhelmed by this town, actually. And with all the possibilities and different quests and everything that you get here. Because at first I really thought this was also just going to be a place that I'd have to fight my way through, but there seem to be a ton more possibilities here. Let's find out a bit more about the barkeep.
Oh, I'm nobody at all. Just the old tavern keeper in this here village. Things have been busy since the orcs came, but I've never been one to complain too much.
So is he telling me he's the original barkeep of this place?
Well, especially with with my wife and kids gone, I prefer to keep my eye on the prize. Oh, whiskey, of course. No excruciatingly terrible memory a nice glass of the good stuff can't wash away.
Well, that last forced laugh there sounded pretty sad. What do you know about the orcs?
Oh, swell, guys. Swollen as swell can be. I haven't a complaint in the world. Not in the wide world. Keep me busy, they do. Day and night. Night and day and night again.
Well, they do look like they would be good customers in a tavern to be... Well, depending on what you would consider good customers. I guess in the sense that they would be drinking a whole lot.
Well, you might imagine me a wee bit utterly exhausted, but I wouldn't have it any other way. After all, the soul-crushing night terrors can't find you if you never sleep. That's my motto.
Oh yeah, that does sound pretty bad. The freaking orc in the background, every time he walks by, it's just slipping. Well, what do you know about the village? Probably a whole lot.
Well, the scenery's certainly changed in recent weeks, I'll tell you that much. Used to be a quiet sort of place. Family folks, you know. Never had much trouble, and all the less because our little town played host to a source hunter and a powerful wizard both. Can't say why we were overcome so quickly. Can't say why so many of us were cut down over those shiny stones. An immaculate like you know better than me, I suppose. Yes, I suppose an immaculate just like you might have been the one who held my son's head back while Gratilda sliced his throat open, eh?
Oh. Well, yeah, I kind of forgot about that he probably thinks we're actually immaculates there for a second. Considering that, he actually seems to be quite open to us. Oh, he's a... There's so many interesting characters in this village. It's crazy to me. I wonder if we can somehow convince him that we're not the Immaculates we seem to be. Maybe we can bring him over to our side, but then again... that might be pretty risky, considering that he might be quite unstable, considering what happened to him. He seems to be pretty traumatized by the events, huh? He just probably dives into his work and just does nothing else anymore in order to forget about everything that happened.
Oh, but who's got time to think on the past? That way lies danger, I say. I only know that these orcs are a thirsty lot. It's my job to keep my head down and the whiskey flowing.
Yeah, let's maybe ask him about the whiskey first.
That I am. But I'll tell you, I never served a lot quite like these Goliaths. They drink like elephants and pay like... Well, they don't pay at all.
Yeah, that would be
then again,
strange.
I can't say I mind this little arrangement too terribly. The happier they are, the longer I evade the rack and the screw.
Makes the situation even more dire when you think about it, because there certainly has to be a sort of an end date to that, right? He has to realize that at some point they're not going to be... well, then, I mean, maybe they do want to drink all the time.
Have you always been such a gluttonous idler?
Each glass brings us closer to the last of the whiskey.
Yeah, that's what I was concerned
My
about.
bowels shrink when I think what'll happen when we get to the bottom of the last barrel. We've already exhausted the tavern supply, but I've been pilfering from my old buddy Glenn's stores. I doubt he'll mind, seeing as he was one of the first orcs sunk their claws into. Now, that was a man dedicated to fine liquor. Knew all there was to know about distilling whiskey, he did. Oh, what I'd give for a barrel of Glenn's good stuff now. These orcs wouldn't know what hit 'em.
Okay, so we found a recipe for whiskey. And there's also apparel in the city and machines and whatnot that can theoretically help us make more whiskey. But we'll somehow have to age it without it actually aging. So we need to, well, somehow find a way to age the whiskey. Maybe there's some sort of spell that can do that? Because it seems like there's certainly a possibility that we can help him with the alcohol. Maybe the idea would just be that we can somehow grab those barrels and bring them over, but... I mean, we found the recipe. I just don't really know. I certainly don't have any spell or something that can age stuff. Never really heard about that either. Do you know anything about the armory key, by the way?
What about it? I can't say I know a thing about the armory, but safe bringing the occasional flagon to the guards there. But I've delivered a drink from barracks to bridge in the course of my work.
Alright. This could be risky. I can hardly blame you for your reticence. These orcs are savages, but I'm here to help, not harm. No more than you're letting on. You'd be guilty for conspiring against your conquerors. Somehow I doubt you'd receive a fair trial. Well, they don't want to intimidate him. As much as it might help, I don't want to scar him further, to be honest. Right. I don't know if you could reason with him, though. Do I want to risk this to begin with? What if I fail? Well, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to see through us, right? Just because I fail doesn't mean that they're going to find out about me, but...
Heave that sack of rot in time. You ought to enjoy this short, cruel life while you can.
In terms of what I'm saying here, I like option 2 better. But... I'm usually more for reason... Anyway, let's try this. Oh god. Yeah, that's not gonna work, is it? I probably should have switched over to Lillian. Well, hopefully this isn't gonna screw me over. Oh boy. Nope. Didn't work. Thanks for rating again, sure, but it was really nice talking to you. It's always great to find other people who like these games, because they're so awesome. It's so great talking to them and enjoying them, I think. Already looking forward to the second part so much.
Appreciate your concern, dear friend, but I'm doing quite all right in my own fashion.
They're really
I won't be
fun.
mucking up my position with the
Have a great
orcs
rest of your day
with
if you're
a
heading out.
stranger.
Thanks for stopping by.
Who do you think it was what took Gorig's all?
Okay, he's quite suspicious of us. Well, that's fair. Herschel, the barman in the Tavern of Hunter's Edge, is quickly running out of whiskey and has been watering down the stores to make them last. Getting the orcs drunk with some proper whiskey might make them less combat ready in the event of a fight. Okay. Well, I mean... Is that even what I'm trying to do here, though? I mean, obviously that would help me if there is a fight. But currently, I would think that my main goal is to bring them against each other. So the Jarl's people and the orcs. I don't really want to fight anybody here myself. I mean, I do in terms of having more combat, but it seems to be very, very risky. Well, first of all, I obviously want to deal with some of the quests anyways, but I was thinking more along the lines of, you know, if they're more drunk, they might be more likely to start a fight. Not necessarily be less combat ready in the event of one. We'll see though. Well, so if I do somehow acquire that whiskey that he's looking for, I feel like he might trust us a whole lot more. And therefore maybe he's willing to give up information either about the armory key or... What was the other option that I could have still asked him? Why is there a kitchen knife on the ground here? These are just normal orc fighters though. I mean, he might be a great source of information. Must have been a pretty beautiful tavern at some point. Looks a bit worn down now, but... Why does Grotilda have this little goblin helper? Not necessarily something I expected. Also, does she... Let me see. Dark Avenger. Oh, right. Okay. I wonder how strong that effect is. So had it just come in here guns blazing and killed everybody, would she have been super, super strong? I don't know. Would this really raise her stats, let's say her HP by 100 or 200%? That would be pretty crazy if that's the case. I mean, there's a bunch of other walks around, right? Might be a orc sort of deal. Stairs. Let's take a look upstairs, though. This place is huge. Well, I mean, it's about as big as the other taverns are, but... I can't get over the fact that this is just... technically the village that I thought I'd just go in and... you know... kill everybody here and be done with it? I really didn't expect this to be an entire place with technically more quests than I found in some other villages. Oh,
at least they didn't suffer. The villagers left to the Orc Queen suffered far worse fates.
Do they still have anything on them? No. Why'd they just leave him here, though? I guess they didn't need them for their bloodstones, or maybe somehow they could just collect their souls without having to specifically bring them somewhere, or their corpses. Because I would have thought that they'd utilize them as well for the mining operation, and brought them back, but maybe not. Bunch of corpses here. Guess the orcs don't really care about corpses lying around everywhere. Is he sad about the people being dead? Oh, he's looking at the pictures.
They didn't spare a soul.
None that couldn't serve them whiskey anyway.
I'm just fine, sir man.
Yeah, honestly, I'm quite surprised that the barkeep survived this, because I mean, they could have just grabbed the whiskey from the cellar anyways, right? It's pretty surprising to me that they were that they left him alive and didn't really seem to care to kill him.
Oh, hello.
Maybe he somehow talked his way out of it, but... What is he doing? What? Did he create a mountain of pillows to jump onto? Is that what he just did?
I'm just fine, sir man.
Is he okay being all alone up here? He seems to need some buddies.
Oh, hello, funny lady.
Norok.
Poor little
Certainly an
toys.
interesting orc.
Poor, quiet toys.
So much space up here. But nothing interesting to find for some reason. At this point, I'm not so sure if I actually want to...
Quiet toys.
Oh, never mind. It's just a ruby. I thought I found some sort of bloodstone or something.
Poor little toys.
It's a broken chest.
Quiet
Hmm. Yeah, I really expected to be more up here, I guess.
Oh, hello, funny lady.
In terms of information that I could find. What the hell is he doing there? Hello, mister? Guess he doesn't really care. Heroic leather mask. Oh. Looks interesting.
Oh, hello, funny lady.
Alright, what's up with you?
Little toy. Yeah, new toys, new toys. But where's Mum? What's she want me to do with you?
He's not very bright, is he? So he's, I guess, their main sort of weapon. Not very bright, but very brutish, and looking like he's pretty capable to murder most people.
Something's wrong.
Oh.
This is the monster who killed all those villagers? This child?
Well, yeah, I guess he really killed everybody up here, right? Not necessarily everybody in the village, though. I'm not so sure if we should let her talk to him. I don't want to start fighting him here. And I don't know how Medora would react to the knowledge that this might be the very orc that killed everybody. Who do you mean by mom? That probably means the Grutilda, right? The leader?
Mum! Oh, the best mum in the whole wide world. Usually, orcs like me, scramble-headed, me brothers call me, are killed right away. But Mum says she took one look at me and knew I'd be the best warrior in the world.
Okay. Wait, so the orcs? I guess they would do that, wouldn't they? So if they see that, I guess a kid or something is misshapen? Scramble at it. Or not very bright, they just outright kill them? I wouldn't have thought that the orcs specifically would do that. Interesting. All that information. I'm just always wondering if we can somehow utilize that to bring them up against each other or something. Not in this case. I mean, certainly he probably isn't the brightest, and therefore I don't know if we'd even be able to manipulate him. He's probably pretty loyal to this mum he's talking about.
She brings me lots of toys and friends, and she showed me all the best games to play. At first, I didn't like how the toys would holler and cry when I'd make ribbons on them, or play eyeball pop.
Ouch.
But Mum taught me that that's how they show they're happy. First, they scream for joy, and then they take a long, long nap.
Okay. Honestly, this village is pretty fucked up, isn't it? There's so many just absurdly crazy things going on here. So we have like an executioner who treats his like the people he kills and executes as some sort of like his own kids to a degree, right? Somebody who has to be pampered and, well, I don't know, it just sounded wrong. And now we have this orc child that apparently was taught that killing and torturing humans is fun and just a game to him. That's honestly, this is one of the more fucked up things that an RPG has done, as far as I can recall. I mean, this, I don't know, it's somehow, don't know if this is a little bit far-fetched, but it just sort of popped into my mind that, you know, child soldiers are probably fairly similar to this. I mean, maybe not exactly like this, but just this idea of telling somebody who just doesn't know better and can't know better, or isn't either bright enough or not old enough to know better, and manipulate them in such a really disgusting and appalling way. I mean, you can't even really be mad at him, can you? Give me a second here. Sorry, I had to just talk to someone real quick. I mean, what are you supposed to make, or what are you supposed to do with a person like this, right? You can't even, I'm not even, I wouldn't say that he can really be held responsible for what he did. But the crazy thing is, what are you supposed to do with a person like that? I don't think that, I mean, would there be a way of correcting his behavior? I mean, obviously I'm now sort of, I guess, thinking a bit wider about it and maybe transporting this onto real humans, but too much. I don't know how realistic this line of thinking is. On some level, I do think that a human would, well, maybe not know that what they're doing is wrong, but still kind of feel like they're not really, I don't know how realistic it is that any living being really wouldn't at least somewhat reconsider, or on some level realize that what they're doing is not great or not really. But then again, the fucked up part is that there are literally humans who are like this towards animals, right? I don't even, what are you supposed to do with a thing like this? I mean, clearly he's not really at fault. He's been manipulated into doing that, but at the same time, he's also completely out of any sort of I'm actually struggling to find words here.
Grutilda.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my mum's name. Did you meet her? Did she want us to play together?
Let's go for now.
Comrades, my mind's racing and my heart's going like a snare drum. To be here, face to face with my greatest enemy and to find that he's not at all like the villain I'd worked up in my mind. It's unimaginable.
Yeah, I'm having trouble to wrap my mind around this. I don't even want to imagine what it must be for somebody who's actually suffered from him and now realizes that he doesn't even know what he's doing.
I've hated him with every drop of blood in these veins. Hated him till my entire being screamed for revenge. But now I find he's as simple as a child. Maybe he even thought all the cruelty, the death he inflicted was a game.
Seems like it, yeah.
And all around us, more victims. And years stretching behind us, and years stretching ahead of us. More dead bodies tortured and wrung by his hands. But you, comrade, time and again you show me the valor inherent of forgiveness. You face the impossibly cruel or weak, and you offer them a second chance. Still, I cannot forgive this monster. He may well be confused, and he may have been mistaught, but that won't stop him from killing again. Ho, comrade, in the name of the Order of the Sauce Hunters, I ask you to lay down forgiveness and to join me now. To arms!
Well, fuck. Bambophone, hi. That's exactly what I was afraid of. So... yeah, she's not ready to forgive him, and to be honest, I can't really blame her. That's what I was trying to somehow put into words. This is so far removed from what you'd think somebody who does this would be that... I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, what else are we really supposed to do with him? Obviously, it's Gruntilda's fault, right? She's the one who made him like this, but...
Are you mad at me? Oh, I'm sorry. Whatever it was, I'm not doing it again. I promise.
Really? Even if your mom tells you to? And it just starts up a fight? Okay, I don't think this is going to be too much trouble to kill him, but... I'm just slightly afraid of what that's going to do with the rest of the village. Are they gonna know that we killed him? Because if so, this might lead into a lot of trouble with everything else that we wanted to do. Also, it's really... I don't think... well, clearly this can't happen in this fashion if you don't have Medora with you. But the fact that it takes such a stark turn if you do... oof. This is crazy. Holy shit. And not at all what I expected to happen. Well, what do I do now? The problem is I have to take a break now. And I did not really expect to run into combat here. So I think I'll just have to take my break now and then come back to this. Or can you just save in the middle of combat? Is that actually something that works if I load? No, not quick load. Because if I can save, then maybe we can... I should be able to, right? I don't think that you have to... yeah. I have to finish combat every time in order to save. Yeah, that might be the better choice here. Not necessarily something that I've done before, but Sure. I guess I'll just start next time with some pretty important, yet at the same time really difficult, well, not difficult combat, but combat that involves a kind of a difficult choice, a choice that I don't really get to make anymore because Medora already made it for me, which I can't even hold against her really, because I completely understand why she's doing it. Oh yeah, I should be able to just load this in, right? I don't think that it'll be much of a problem. Yeah, unfortunately, I'll have to stop here. I could take a longer break and then return, but seeing as I also will have more Final Fantasy XIV this evening and some more, well, hopefully a replay of the Ultimate tonight, or maybe even 2 replays. Do I dare hope? We'll see about that, but yeah, sadly, this is going to be it for now. Usually, I would be returning to Divinity on Sunday, but as I mentioned previously, that won't happen this time because I have to help a friend out on Sunday, so I'll definitely return to Divinity Original Sin next week. That being said, I also want to start with Demon Souls, so it might be Tuesday or Wednesday until I can get back to Divinity, sadly. Yeah. But anyways, that's going to be it for now. Thanks a lot for hanging out. Thanks for the raid to Ancient Kid. Thanks for being here. Thanks for chatting. And I hope you have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are. And maybe I'll see you the next time we're back to Divinity Original Sin. I will return in a couple of hours, in 4.5 roundabout, for more Final Fantasy XIV and some replays in Ultimate Dragon Songs Reprise. Well, hopefully replays. I hope we're not wasting our evening by just wiping to it a bunch of times. But yeah, until then, have a good one. Bye-bye!